Alrighty, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here we are again. So today's going to be a little bit of a slight detour from what I was originally planning. But here we have Gleba. It's working, which I'm really happy about. The only problem is we have a bit of a nutrient supply problem. And we also seem to have a little bit of a bioflux supply problem. And I think the solution to that is just building more bioflux and finding a more intelligent way to distribute the nutrients, because we fully saturate a belt here with stacked nutrients. And then that travels around, but you can see it's getting eaten up way before we can even get it down this end, which means the eggs down here are actually spoiling and causing us some issues. But we're going to ignore that for now because we have a little bit of a bigger problem on our hands. And you may have noticed we have an alert for fuel. Trains are out of fuel on Vulcanus. If we check that, they are genuinely out of fuel, but you'll notice there's another problem too. Radar coverage is gone, and that is because we're out of power. No. We are completely out of power somehow, so today I need to head over to Vulcanus, and I figured while we're there, we may as well start pushing on the big science, because we need to somehow get our science rate all the way up to 1 million, and to do that we're definitely going to need a crazy amount of orange juice, as well as all the other sciences. So let's make a start on the orange juice. I need to dump all of this stuff somehow. How am I going to do this? Ooh. Okay, if we just dump everything in here, I need to quickly make a request up on this ship here. Need to request... No, add a new category for this. I need to request legendary robots, because I want to bring them all around me. All around with me, rather. So let's do that. Let's bring those. And then I also need to ship up logistics robots. And I also need to ship up all my chests and my substations. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a slow intro to the stream. I do apologize. Yeah, we're just going to be waiting on those rockets to come through. That's going to take a little bit of time. I could maybe even add some more logistics drones in here. Yep, that'll probably work. Even though we said we were trying to do a droneless build on this planet, which for the most part it is. But it's just moving all the little spoilages and things like that around that we need to resort to using drones. Now, I've got a little bit of a carbon fiber set up here that's going to be upcycling carbon fiber, and it has been giving us quite a decent amount of carbon fiber, if I'm to be perfectly honest. I'm pretty happy with the rate that it's been going at. Overall, it's not very fast, but it has been giving us legendary items, so that is good. It comes a little bit from this area with our quality modules, giving us plus 18.8% quality on the carbon fiber production, and then it just gets upcycled here indefinitely by this little recycler here. That's kind of handy. I spent a little bit of time increasing the Yumiko farm. Our production rates should be through the roof, but for some reason it's still ending up with an empty belt sometimes. So that's a little bit concerning. Compared to the jelly nuts, those are definitely coming through a lot better than the Yumiko fruits. I'm not exactly sure why. because it used to be the other way around for the longest time that I can remember. And we only still have 2 plots here for the brain fruits. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but things are happening. Okay, let's get this stuff delivered. I am considering at this point of the game just installing a mod that lets me fly around with stuff in my inventory. Just because, like, it's getting a little bit tedious having to ship everything around all the time. All of my construction materials and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not necessarily adding to the gameplay anymore. It used to be for the challenge of, you know, having to manage your resources, having to get around the place, but now it's kind of just getting in the way of things. It's slowing us down. So I'm kind of considering installing a mod to solve that problem. What else do we need to bring? Beacons. Steam turbines, yes, we need those. To help out with Vulcanus just a little bit more. And the rest is really just going to be logistics robots. Yeah, these are getting kind of slow. Okay, real quick. Let's try and build this up a little bit so that we can make rocket fuel locally. I think that is one thing we can still do here while we're on this planet. That will probably be beneficial. Especially since we're doing so many rocket launches. We're going to need some power. There we go, there's some power. And then we need to find a way to get rid of all this spoilage. I think we could just do a stack inserter and then filter that out for spoilage. And that's going to head all the way back up into our spoilage chain. Just like that. Now we just need some bioflux. And I think we could probably just snag some from here, to be honest. So if we do a 3-split splitter system, filter this out for bioflux. Priority to the left, and then that can then join back up into this splitter. And connect that up. There we go. That should be all the... Oh, actually, no. Hang on. We need nutrients still. Okay, hang on. Easy fix. Nutrients can join up with one of these. There you go. Nutrients from oh, actually, no, hang on. Can we do that in an assembler? No, that only can be done in a biochamber. Okay, that is slightly annoying. Okay, you know what? Maybe we just use the spoilage instead. We turn the spoilage into nutrients. And then that can go into here to make rocket fuel. Yes. That sounds like a plan. Can we use a stack inserter? I think we can. Then we don't have to do all this stuff going back into the main chain. Nice, nice, nice. Ah, but they have nowhere to put their stuff. That is only slightly annoying. Do we have any? Yeah, we have some storage. Might just plonk that there for now. That's gonna fill up crazy though. Yeah, we're still shipping up logistics robots. That'll probably do. I don't think we need much more than that. So I'm going to dump everything else I have. And we're going to get going. Now, Mr. Fusion needs a new stop. Actually, no, Mr. Fusion doesn't need a new stop. Starliner Vulcanus needs a new stop, and he needs to ask for fusion cells from Narvis, needs to come and deliver it to Vulcanus, and then Vulcanus needs to request. Vulcanus needs to request those fusion cells, so there we go. Yeah, this is completely dead. Oh my goodness. Damn. How did we completely lose Vulcanus? Alright, well, we're going to be solving that in a moment. Oh, wrong planet. Vulcanus. Yeah, here we go. We have... Oh, wait, hang on. We have fusion generators, but not fusion reactors. Do we have any on Narvis? We should, in one of the chests somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, where have I lost them? Where have I stashed them? No, none of them are in there. Ooh, actually, what if they're on one of the ships? Unforced trauma is not carrying. Boogaloo is not carrying, although I should send Boogaloo over to Vulcanus. Okay, maybe Apollo... Oh, hang on. Boogaloo needs to request. Okay, hang on. Maybe we send Boogaloo over to Aquilo, and then we can turn these requests back on. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, and then we've got a nice bounty of our legendary chests that we can play with. Our legendary substations should help on Vulcanus as well. Assembly machines. I'm not sure we're going to use that many, but we are definitely going to be using the beacons. Yeah, okay, cool. This could be good. Alright, we're nearly here. I'm going to say drop down to Vulcanus. Okay, and then we need to start dropping some of this stuff. So we need some legendary substations. I need my construction robots. Logistic robots need to come down. Logistic chest needs to come down. Ah, foundations. We do want some foundations. Here we are. Nice. Is there anything else we should probably consider bringing down? I don't think we need a crazy amount of items. Got those foundations. We could probably do some legendary assembly machines. Ah, yes, the fusion generators. We need those. Steam turbines. We'll use some of those. Beacons, legendaries. That should do. Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. Oh, actually, I realize Apollo 13 has just sent down all of its fuel. That's not what we want. It's gonna have to run back and get some. But let's grab all of that and figure out what the problem with the power is. I think the main issue is that I connected the whole grid up by mistake. So if we disconnected this, that should then isolate, well, it isolates this sector, which provides us with the sulfuric acid. Oh, wait, the calcite was the problem. Ah, okay. Right. That's an easy fix then. We just move all these, right? Let me see. Can I grab any belts from anywhere? Here we go. Damn, that's a real problem. If you run out of calcite, your whole factory dies. I need some cliff explosives. Where did I leave them? Where in the spaghetti are they sitting? Here they are. And boom. Now we just need to power these. There we go. They will mine very slowly. We are not producing power at all. Oh boy. Okay, calcite, that should come through. We need to move this further over. There we go, something like that. Gonna very, very slowly mine that away. Our main calcite supply is actually fine, so that is promising. This calcite supply supplies Narvis, and unfortunately we don't have enough power on Narvis to load it. But basically, that's difficult to see, but all of this has died because it relies on calcite for the foundry smelting, and the fact that we don't have any calcite coming around, which means that we have no research going on. So that's only a small problem. We should be able to solve that pretty soon. Maybe. Maybe we need to just quickly yoink some of this calcite out of the chest and shove it into here. There we go. That's kickstarted the network. That's better. Okay, cool. Next thing we can probably do is start filling in all this lava. Actually, we don't even need to fill all of it in. We can just plonk some of these down and let the robots place the foundations as we need to. There we go. That'll give us a little bit more power. 1.8 gigawatts. Okay, nice. Right, now with that sorted, we can finally get to what it is that we were going to do, which is more production. Okay, so one idea I had, there's not enough productivity modules of the purple kind, but we could bring in a whole bunch of the green qualities. Let me have a quick look. How many blues do we have? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of blue productivity modules. Okay, how many of those do we have? 2,400. Let's bring up 2,000. 2,000 blue quality. Yep, that gets fulfilled pretty much instantly. Nice. And then we got to think about how on heck are we going to solve this? The throughput here is actually fine. So we could just increase this upwards. We're going to have to skip over the track, but we could do that. Let me grab some foundries. Actually, do we have any quality foundries built up? No, we have 19 of those. This guy's waiting on tungsten carbide. Why are you waiting? He's waiting on tungsten ore, and you're waiting on tungsten... Ah! Because I've goofed up this system again. This is backing up and holding the whole factory hostage. Okay, that's not good. We need to figure out why and how we can stop this from backing up. Okay, you know what? Part of the issue is we're losing... Yeah, part of the issue is we're clogging up the system with too many of these tungsten plates. So, if we just increase production over here, that might actually solve this problem over there if we manage our production rates and our satisfaction rates. Okay, so let's grab some foundries. Foundries. No, those are drills. Foundries are in here. Are there any speed modules working on this thing? No, there's not. We could even chuck quality on there. Yeah, let's chuck some quality on there, see if we can get something good. Foundries, I'm going to grab those. And we should just be able to copy all this, right? As long as the tiles, which, okay, it doesn't. Oh, what? Is any of this going to tile? Okay, that tile's there. There we go. How are we going here? Do we have our modules? Yes, we do. Let's send that back to Vulcanus. I can plug those in and hopefully we'll start getting even more science production out. Looks like we need... whatchamacallits? Splitters. Splitters and belts and tunnels and belts. And arms by the looks of it. Which are over Aquilo. Dang it. Okay, well you're carrying enough stuff now, so let's bring you back over. Let's drop down... We could do some legendary beacons. Let's drop down the productivity modules. Alrighty. Productivity should hopefully be good for our production rates. Let's drop some pipes down. Looks like I need... Actually, I didn't even have to drop pipes down. We have pipes here. What am I doing? I've already forgotten how to play Vulcanus. And then we need some inserters, which I'm not carrying here. Okay, we're going to have to wait for Electric Boogaloo to come around with those, which will be a couple of minutes. We need speed modules, which thankfully we have here on Vulcanus. Somewhere. Over here. We've actually got them in quality, so we could start using the quality modules. There we go. See what that does for production. We check our metallurgic science packs over the course of 10 minutes. We were making 1.9k. And then for some reason now we're not making any. Why is that? Out of tungsten carbide. Ooh, hang on. What's going on here? Because we're out of... Oh, we're out of coal. Right, okay. I think we're getting to the point where we're actually almost done with the coal deposit we have here on Vulcanus. Or at least the coal deposit we have here at the starting base. I might have to do the tungsten carbide somewhere else. Yeah, because we don't have any more... Oh, hang on, we do, hang on. We have a little bit of coal here we can snag. Then I've kind of built everything on top of the coal deposit, so that's not too helpful. There we go, that'll saturate the belt. It'll keep us sorted for the time being. Could also put some productivity into here. Yep, that'll work. Nice. Big stacks. Okay. This guy's still in transit. No, he's here. Let's drop down some inserters. We're gonna need them. Except something else is holding up insertions. Why are you being held up? Why are you being held up? Do I need to build cargo pods? I think I need to build cargo bays. Oh, actually, we got some quality modules in here that are even better. Let's chuck those in. Quality plus 16%. There we go, there's some better quality foundries. Might be able to plonk these down and that'll increase the speed for us as well. Oh yeah, that's coming through. That is coming through. And we should probably upgrade the chest here. Let's drop down some of our legendary chests. Oh, okay, that's probably why it was being held up. Electric Boogaloo was already sending a crazy amount of items. We got the fusion reactors, but I'm not sure we actually need them. We do need steam turbines, so I'll send those down. What else do we need? I think we're pretty good, actually. Stack inserters, we could do with some more of those. Legendary calcite I've got here. I was going to do something with that. I just can't quite remember what it was. I think we can use them in one of the foundry recipes to make legendary stone. But at the same time, I kind of don't have a use for legendary stone right now, so I'm going to leave that for the time being. What did I just pick up? There we go. Legendary chest. We need to stick the legendary chest down here so we can get more foundries. There we go. Quality. We love quality. I remember when it used to break my brain. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, this is all coming through. We do need to clear this. Actually, no, we didn't need to clear that. We needed to clear this side. There we go. This is completely backed up. That's not what we want. This here... Or is it this here? Hang on. Something's going wrong here. Ah, okay, hang on. I think I see it. We need to also stop this belt from moving if we have items on this belt. That way this can come through and satisfy the requirements. Okay, that might do it. If I subtract some of these items... That might get going again. Oh, look at how many epics we have here. That is pretty good. Yeah, that's all backed up all the way. But it is starting to move, so that's good. Hopefully that sorts itself out. Let's get back to this. So we need power. I don't even have normal substations. Hang on, what? Where are my substations sitting at? There's power pole. Ah, substations. There we go. Might as well just grab all of that, to be honest. And there's a lot of rocket launchers. Oh, we got a couple of oh, we got quite a few legendary tunnels in here. Nice. That's gonna make us a sweet little legendary bounty. That's all filling up. We should have another chest here which is filling up. Yep, there we go. Ah, right, yes, okay. Why are you empty? You have no fuel, and yet there is fuel here. Oh, wait, he hasn't quite made it, that's why. Now he can be on his merry way. Yeah, they have to be completely stopped properly at their station, but he wasn't, so that's why that didn't work. And there is another station, sorry, there is another train or two out here that I need to solve. Let me do that. Here he is over here. Or is this the same guy? No, hang on. No, this is a different guy. Fuel. You are going to be loaded. Up he goes. And with that, we should be back in business, except our power is still very low, so maybe it's about time. I suppose we could just keep going with the turbines. Not exactly expensive to do turbines, now that we have foundations. It's technically free energy. Okay, let's deal with these shenanigans. I'm not a fan of how I tried to build all this around the lava. Oh, actually, why is this offset? Is that because we got the robo port in there? Yeah, it probably is. Let's get rid of that. I cannot see in all of this steam. And another 5 of these and we should be set. What's our power like now? Worse? How did I get what? Oh. Oh, right, I see. Okay, hang on. Get rid of this beacon. I don't think we actually need it. And we connect that up. There we go. That should be better. There we go. 2.1. That sounds more like it. How's that orange doing? Orange juice is not fully saturated, which means we got work to do. Molten copper. What's wrong with the molten copper? It's not fast enough. Okay, do we have beacons to spare? Yes, we do. I think we need an underground tunnel here. There we go. That should speed that up. It does a little bit. Pipeline contents. Oh, yeah, I think we need a lot more molten copper than that. Damn. Damn, this stuff is... Okay. Let's speed this up a little bit more. We need another substation over here. We need to get rid of stone, and we need to deliver calcite. No, hang on, that's stone. Ugh. Oh no, what have I just done? What have I just done? Okay, that should fix that. Doing some weird belt weaving shenanigans here. Okay, that's going to input calcite, and then we need to get rid of the stone somehow. Okay, I think we can actually move the stone over. Oh, actually, hang on, we can drop the stone here. That works, nice. Building nice and compact. It might be time to start putting down some legendary beacons for these guys. That gets you to 38, whereas this guy's 26. Let's see what happens if we give him the beacons. 36, 36, yep, okay. We could actually even move this copper up to here. Hang on. Shuffle this around a little bit. There we go. Now we have some room. Place a couple more beacons down. Oh yeah. What's that get us to now? 42. Okay. There's still a couple more tricks up our sleeve. We can upgrade them to uncommon foundries. 54. Yes. Yes, this is working. Okay. Legendary beacons up here. That's going to give us a little bit more speed. Speed and power. Now we don't have enough lava. Is that right? Yep, not enough lava. Okay, we can fix that real easy. With more pumps. I don't have any more offshore pumps though. Do I? Yeah, I need iron gears. Where are the iron gears? That'll do. So if we put down some more of these. There we go. Yep, they are pumping as hard as they can. And it's still not enough. Okay, how does that... Whoa. Okay, there we go, there we go. They're finally saturating the pipe. Yep, that looks good. Now it's just the stone is a problem. Actually, yeah, now it's just the stone that's the problem. Oh no. We've been a little too effective with this. No. Okay, hang on. We can shift this around. We don't need 2 inputs for that. There we go. That'll empty. Nice. Gotta change the design up a little bit. It is good that we can actually just grab items from tunnels. That definitely makes things easier. And would have made my life easier if I knew that a lot sooner. This is definitely saturating. How are we going here? Yeah, we need to give the same treatment to this. Upgrade these real quick. There we go. Nice, that should be getting rid of our stone now. Oh. That's not getting rid of the stone quick enough. Oh no, okay. What we probably need to do then is make yet another lane. There. So we now have 5 bus lanes of stone that we need to get rid of. This is insane. How much stone do we have? The answer is yes. Okay, that should vent all the stone now. Not well enough though. Hang on, we can run a splitter. That'll help a little bit. Yes, vent all the stone. Yes. Look how much of it we're getting rid of. It's insane. Also, welcome to the stream, Ninja. Hope you've been well. Do you prefer Ninja or do you prefer Rave or Electric? Okay, what's wrong with our supply chain here? What do we mess up? Tungsten carbide. We don't have... Oh yeah, we don't have nearly enough tungsten carbide. Because we don't have enough carbon. Rave or Ninja? Alright. I'll call you Ninja. Oh, hang on. What's wrong with this carbon? Oh, wait. I see a problem. Alright, I think it might be time to build a new facility. We'll leave this one as it is. Actually, is there any way we can possibly speed this up? I think we need to shift this onto a different side of the belt. There we go. That should probably help a little bit more. See what that does. But if I'm going to continue building more orange juice, I'm definitely going to need to build a whole new facility. So let's take a look around. What have we got? We have a huge calcite deposit here we could probably take advantage of. Tungsten ore up here is fully occupied. Actually, calcite, tungsten... Well, hang on, no. We need coal. Coal is the most important part of this operation. Shall we run around a little bit and see if we can find any? The parts for rockets we can actually build anywhere because it's fairly easy to get resources on this planet. Let's do a little bit of explore. Actually, hang on. I'm missing something. Where is my ammo? Ammo. There we go. There's some railgun ammo. Going to do a little bit of worm hunting, I think, if we're going to explore the territories. We want to try and find an area. Oh, here we go. I still love doing that. That doesn't get old. Here's another worm. Here's a bigger one. Bang. Bang. There's another one skulking around here somewhere. There he is. Oh, we're trying to look for a location that has 4 things nearby. We need lava, we need calcite, we need tungsten, and we need coal. 2 months already? Yeah. Thanks for the sub. Man, yeah, 2 months have gone by really quickly. We've got a lot done, but it's definitely kind of flown by, hasn't it? Where has the time gone? Well, the time's gone into Factorio, obviously, but feels like it was just a week or 2 ago. Time flies when you're having fun. Exactly. I am having a lot of good fun being able to one-shot these guys. This is a big one. The biggest one there is. Yeah, we're trying to find a spot with all 4 resources in it. This is just calcite. This is terrible. Let's try and fill in some of this spot. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be quite some distance apart, unless we get lucky and we find some tungsten right here. Come on, come on, come on. Tungsten, nah, doesn't look like we're getting tungsten. Or coal, actually. Damn. We've got lots of coal here. Maybe we need to explore down this area. Lava's everywhere, so that's easy to do. Calcite seems to be everywhere. But the coal and the tungsten are not. This is becoming a little bit of a problem. Oh, and we also need the sulfuric acid. This is nuts. This is insane. I don't want to go too far out because then I'm going to have to build a massive train network, but that might be inevitable. Let's just go in one direction and see what we get. Just imagine the bug saying with a slow, unenthusiastic voice going, "Oh, my eyes. Now I have a terrible headache," before they go boom. Oh, hang on, hang on. Wait. Can we line up a shot and get 2 in 1? No. Dang it. I was hoping we could get 2 in 1. That would have been pretty funny. Maybe we still can, we just got to keep looking around until we find 2 of them very close to each other. Are we serious? Oh my goodness. Where's the coal? Where's the tungsten? Is this just the worst luck on Vulcanus? What is this? You're shooting them in the butt. Now that's just rude. This is... I can't believe this. Where is it? Where is the tungsten? How am I this unlucky that I can't find any coal or tungsten? There's calcite. Well, there's a lot of calcite. We don't need that. We have so much of it. There's more calcite. Chat, what is this? We're cursed. There's more calcite. We don't need more calcite. We need tungsten. We need coal. Ah, there we go. There we go. Tungsten, tungsten. Now we need coal. Is there any coal around? Actually, hang on. How far are we? Oh my goodness, that is crazy far. Nessa, welcome back to the stream. Oh, didn't you know? What didn't I know? Did you take all the tungsten? Cataclysmic, hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day or night. The mix-up on Vulcanus is that you don't actually get the resources you want. Ah. That's fun. Problem is, I'm so far away from... Oh, hang on, we got tungsten over here and coal there. Maybe we just need to do a really crazy abridged factory and meet up in the middle. Alright, I'm gonna head north, and we're gonna try and see what we get on the way. The one more resource we're missing in this area is the sulfuric acid. We got a bunch over here though, so we could pipe that across if we really need it. Vulcanus is physic. This is insane luck though, or lack of luck, I suppose. We established it was bad, but I didn't realize it was this bad. Okay, here we go. We got some more tungsten. Do we have any coal? No, we got more tungsten. Any coal? Any coal? Please? What is this? Where's the coal? Psychic. Oh, psychic, yes. It knows. It knows what we want. I just can't believe it. This is terrible for building opportunities. Okay. We're probably just going to have to settle on a location and start getting to work. Heaps of tungsten over here. But there's no sulfuric acid. Okay. We got some acid over here. We've got lots of calcite. Not going to run out of that anytime soon. Yeah, alright. So let's take a look. So we got calcite, tungsten. It's still not great. Little bits of coal here. That's small. And then we got the 136 mil. Oh, hang on. We have sulfuric acid there. Okay, this might work. So if this is our designated spot, we can build a lot of science over there. We don't need to worry about shipping it all the way back to the main HQ because we can just build rockets and the rocket parts over here. All right. This might be the new site. Playing with any mods, mostly just small quality of life changes, not necessarily any content mods. One you may notice is I've zoomed out quite a long way. That's just for small convenience. Apart from that, no real gameplay changing mods. Mostly vanilla. I do have rate calculator, and I haven't really figured out how to properly make use of it yet. I keep forgetting it exists. Okay, so if we grab coal from there, we need to bring it along with the sulfuric acid so that we can, and then we need the tungsten, and that's going to make the carbide. Calcite needs to be mixed with lava. And then the building spot's probably just going to be this whole region here, and then we'll just build around the sulfuric acid. But we also need to do power. Nice, I watched a bunch of your YouTube videos and your playthrough. One mod I highly recommend is Squeak Through if you didn't have it installed already. I think Nessa mentioned that one a few times, if I'm not mistaken. And then I keep forgetting what it's called, so... or I keep forgetting to install it, so I definitely need to have a look at that at some point. Blueprint sandboxes. Oh, okay. That's the other one. Yep. I'll definitely take a look at that. Would probably make planning things a lot easier. Yeah, okay. So I think we have a good amount of space here that we can work with. Do I have any radars on me? No. Okay, let's go back home and grab some radars. And then we can do a whole new factory setup over there. I don't think we'll bother connecting it up to the main power grid, although it is kind of convenient that we can connect it to the main power grid. Oh, wait a sec. Do we have legendary chemical plants? We kind of do. How many do we have on the planet side? None. Okay, never mind. I was thinking we could use the legendary chemical plants here and start making some acid neutralization a lot quicker, but doesn't look like we... Actually, doesn't look like we need it at all, to be honest. Okay, let's first automate steam turbine production, because I think that's going to be something we definitely need. Steam turbines, copper plates, iron gear wheels, and pipes. I don't really want to deal with the whole spaghetti of doing this, so I'm just going to build a whole new system over here. We need 3 items. 1, 2, 3. And that's just burning. Can we not burn, please? Now 3 items needs to be copper plates, and then iron gears, and then pipes. Okay, and then we need to connect these up. More foundries. This one's going to be molten copper. This one's going to be molten iron. No, hang on, that's iron ore melting. We want molten iron. We go, ooh, wait a minute. Research productivity. Oh, wait. That's right, I got the calcite back online, which means research should be back online. Yes, it is, it is. So that just completed. We can probably go for some more research productivity. Let's push that. Oh, we're researching research productivity at 20,000 per minute. That is really good. Especially since we finally got the agricultural science coming in from Gleba. There it is. Still going. Is Gleba still alive? Yep, alive and kicking. We're still producing... Oh, hang on. What is... Oh, I've messed up my filters somewhere. Wait, hey chat, is there a quick shortcut I can use that will just toggle everything? Because I think on another graph somewhere, I've accidentally toggled something off, and now I can't use the right click to toggle all of them. It's really annoying. But anyway, we're making 1,000 agricultural science per minute, so that's excellent. Hang on, this needs to be... Whoops. This needs to be nutrients in an assembler. There we go, that should kickstart the rocket fuel. Eventually. Do we have any speed modules? Yep, here we go. Plonk that in. Alrighty, so we need lava to come into here. That's nice and easy. Then we need to extract stone. Oh, hang on, we don't have any space. Hang on, let me move this across. We need to extract stone. And the stone can just... Whee! Whee! There we go. And then we just run the pipe in. That. And then we need calcite, of course. Calcite we can just split from over here. Just cut this connection. There we go, stack inserter, that should sort that out. Now we have the 3 ingredients we need. And we should be able to grab an assembler. Don't know why I'm using a legendary assembler, that's a little overkill. But there we go, we have the 3 ingredients we need to make steam turbines, and I should have automated this ages ago, and for some reason I did not. Actually, we should probably just move this along. There we go, that'll speed that up a little bit. Steam turbines are going to come out. Oh, we got another productivity research. This is coming through quickly now. Oh, actually, that's scaling up quickly too. We're up to 66,000. And then I need a chest to put all these in. I'm going to do a legendary chest because we want a lot of these things. That's going to build up over time. We could probably throw some productivity. Nah, let's just do some speed. It's infinite. The stuff is infinite. Steam turbines. Actually, should we think about throwing some quality modules in here? We can get a little bit of quality steam turbines. Yeah, that might work. 7.5 compared to 5.8. That's a nice big improvement. We can put the quality ones over here then and continue this south. That'll prepare us for building the new science production. What's that bring us to now? It's still 2.1 gigawatts. .2 gigawatts. Okay, we'll leave that here for now. Let's grab us some drills. Where are the drills? What I should do is probably throw some quality in here as well. Try and get quality everything. Let's grab those drills. Got some foundries. Actually, do we have any more quality foundries in here? No. Because we're out of concrete. Why are we out of concrete? Oh, because this is somehow not in the network. How did I disconnect that from the network? Did anybody catch that, chat? Did anybody catch when I accidentally did that? Here, we'll just chuck that there for now. Nope. Me too. Putting you on the spot here. You're supposed to be looking out for my mistakes so you can laugh at me. You're not doing your job. Alrighty, Carl. Oh, hang on. I forgot the radars again. Iron plates, iron gears, electronic circuits. We have all that in storage. Makes it nice and easy. Hey, I'm trying to build a new ship. Are you basing it off my ships? With the patented design. Cuts through the void like nothing else. Least air resistance in space. Face palm. You're face palming because you didn't have that idea, right? 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 Iron plates. There they are. Let's grab those. 19 radars. That'll do. Exactly. Such aerodynamics. That's what we use up here in space. Ooh, sent a picture on the Discord. Okay, hang on. Okay, look, you're really close to the shape. You need a little bit of roundedness up the top. Maybe space out the thruster pods out the bottom a little bit, and there you go. You're on your way. Okay, what I'm going to do is go absolutely ridiculously ham with my drills, and we're going to build buses of this stuff. And I'm going to use legendary thingos. Aerodynamics, new benchmark in some sort of efficiency. Yes, it's patented, used by only the best. The only real way to measure how good something flies through space. I wonder if... No, this is not too... Reminds me of the Simpsons meme of, no, it's the children that are wrong. It's the engineers that are wrong. There is no such thing as too much. Oh wow, that research productivity really skyrocketed. We're at 20. We're almost done with 20. It is falling though. Which is a minor shame. Oh, we have some OG drills here, finally out of resources. Thank you for your service. In you go. He is now drill food. We grab some more foundries. Now, one thing that's really nice about these big mining drills is the quality on them affects the resource drain rather than mining speed. And so if I use some of these on the resources that we lose a lot of, such as coal, that seems to disappear quite quickly. we can make ourselves a savings in the amount of coal we have, because we need to preserve this coal. There is not a lot of it on this planet, surprisingly, although there's a huge patch here, but that means it needs to be shipped. But a nice big patch here should be preserved. At least preserved as best as we can. I don't want to have to build another factory. Yeah, can we power this? Yes, we can reach. Then we need to get some belts happening. Now, I know the throughput on these is going to be absolutely flawed. No, not flawed. It's going to be pushed to the ceiling. So a lot of these drills are not going to be run, but if we place them all here anyway, they're kind of ready to take over when these patches start drying up for these guys up the front. So let's continue placing these down. Oh, and I'm out of drills. I should actually just be able to copy paste this whole drilling unit now. Hang on, let's... I copy this. No, hang on. I can't. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Okay. Instead, we can just flip this vertically and place it down. There we go. And then we can put down some more of these substations. That'll do for now. It gets us started. I need to go and grab some more drills, but we also then need to bring a big power pole along. Where's the nearest? We got some power poles already set up here, so I might just quickly grab power from them. I said I might just quickly grab... There we go. Not perfectly even, but it'll do. What I want to see is a completely filled bus of orange juice. If we can get that going, I am going to be so happy. How's this going? Are we getting quality speed modules? Yes, we are. Are we getting quality foundries? Yes, we are. Getting quality drills. Nice. What I might do, actually, since we're not going to be using this many normal foundries, I might bring a whole bunch of them up here, and we can start recycling them into quality. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that sorts us out with some legendary components, or maybe even legendary foundries would be nice. Yeah, we need way more drills than what we've got here. Let's start setting up the bus. So where are we going to deliver everything? This whole section here is probably where we need to build stuff. Let me put down some radars. Check a radar down here. Might just do up a quick little grid. Oh, actually, hang on. That's not even at all. Okay, let's throw down these radars. Looks like we've got plenty of space to build a factory in. It doesn't look very big on the map, but then when you actually zoom in, it's massive. Where's my radars? Use the pipette. There we go. Nice, so that gives us a little bit of coverage to work with. So we need sulfuric acid to go into a central piping solution. So if we create a little bit of a tanking storage. There we go. Ah, we need pump jacks. How do we make pump jacks? Steel, iron gears, circuits, and pipes. Alright, looks like we're heading back. I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of back and forth today. Okay, we need steel plates. Where are they? Where in the spaghetti? Objects need gears. Oh, my inventory is full. Oh, we are full on ores. Hang on. Oh, man, what's going on with the orange juice? The orange juice is full. Right, okay. Because we're not using it enough. How do we solve that problem? I suppose the only way we can really solve it is by throwing... How about the Mountain Dew? Mountain Dew's going well. We are producing it at that... words. We are producing that at 1,000 per minute. So that is pretty good. Somehow we're making spoilage. That's not good. Ah, the nutrients are spoiling. That's what's going on. This needs to filter into rocket fuel. There we go. And then the spoilage can come back out here. Here we go. Ka-ching! What's going on here? Fruits are just coming in a little bit slow. Switch to Clever. Yeah, I'm just having a quick look. I'm just making a couple tweaks on the map. I think that's all good. Okay, I have a question for you, chat. In the research, railgun damage. What have I done? Railgun damage. We can already one-shot the big asteroids. So what's the benefit of pushing railgun damage further? Is there any sort of advantage, or is it kind of pointless and we can move on to something else like artillery shell range? One-shot them in even harder. Does it do a calculation where each rocket hits subtracts damage from its pool? So that if you increase the damage, it can then pierce through more at a time? Because if that's the case, then that's definitely something we can go for. Zero shot. Yes, we can no-shot them. Do they have piercing? They do. I'm not exactly sure if the piercing gets negated based on how many things they have to go through. That is something that's not exactly clear. Time for science! Stronger explosive. No, I'm looking for something that needs... I guess there's just artillery range, really. No, I'm looking for something we need to research with the orange juice that we can do while the research productivity can't go because we don't have enough. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Why am I wasting time? Blunt force trauma is actually capable of making trips to and from part of the shattered planet. So let's send that on its merry way. We'll have to keep an eye on it though, because it can't make it all the way. It only gets to 300,000 kilometers is my record. And we need to empty our inventory. Iron ore. What am I going to do with all this iron ore? Dump it in a chest, I suppose. Steel chest. You could say these are awesome. I'll see myself out. Oh, that's the ship's name. Yeah. SpaceX level name. Blunt force trauma. Either we're giving it to the asteroids or they're giving it to us. One way or another, it's happening. Apollo 13 here. Can you do anything while I'm just waiting? Not really. Could send down some more modules, but that's probably the extent of what we can do. Do we have more? Yes. We have more steam turbines. Power! There we go. How's that now? 2.4 gigawatts. That is climbing. What's going on here? Oh, I'm out of foundations. Okay, hang on. Do we have any more? No, but we can send some more down. Unforced trauma is already on the way to Aquilo. Yeah, these are completely stocked up. I wonder, can we give them legendary passive provider chests? Yeah, that should increase our storage a lot. I'll back it up. Sweet. 2.4 gigawatts there, that'll probably do. Now I can pick up the other things. Where are they? Pump jacks, we need steel iron gears. 51 pump jacks, that'll probably be enough. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, 100 pump jacks. We're getting heavy duty on this. Oh, damn it, I forgot to grab more drills. I got some uncommon drills we could lay down as well. Might actually look at doing that on the tungsten, since tungsten seems to be kind of rare as well for some reason. Absolutely should not be rare on a planet that's made of it, but for some reason it is. Yeah, there we go. We need to extend some power over this way. Here we go. This is going to form our bus lanes. My goodness. I don't have enough belts. We gotta run back again. All this back and forth. Okay, belts. Come to me. Yes, research productivity. Run, Forrest. I love that movie. Such a wholesome movie. Alrighty, here we go. So, we grab the bus lane. Think we're going to do our main processing down this area. We need to bring the coal down to the sulfuric acid, so the coal bus might just come down south. Yeah. Oh no, we're full. That is an annoying issue to have. We can probably start laying down the pump jacks. That's a lot of drills. That's a lot of damage. Yes, it is. We're getting heavy duty on this world. So welcome back to the stream, Curzon. Hope you're doing well. Okay, that's gonna connect up. Basically just, yeah, we're just gonna... Is there like a shortcut way to be able to place pump jacks? Can I just like drag box select and have them all placed? That would be really nice. I suppose you could probably place... You could build a blueprint of a grid of them and then just start spamming them around. There's a mod. There's always a mod. I've never needed more than 2 pump jacks. Are you going for 1 million science per minute though? Not many people are crazy enough to go for it, I don't think. Yes, I know my inventory is full. It's just... I don't know why I'm bothering with underground pipes. We just fly over them. So I'm just gonna wire these up. I'm just gonna pipe these up with regular pipes, I think. Embrace the pipe spaghetti. Some may even be bold enough to suggest it's called a pipe centipede. Oh man, this is this inventory problem is getting on my nerves. Okay, we're out of pipes. Do we have any pipe to grounds? There we go. Oh no, the pipes are stuck on the ground. And then we need to power all these. Dump everything in the lava. Probably should. And there we go. That connects all of that up. Then we just need to bring power down. Actually, we do need to reclaim some of these. Oh, I can't reclaim the pipes. No. Alright, I'm just going to put down a chest for the time being and shove everything in it. Average your friend, just look, don't jump, don't touch, don't jump! Okay, here's another question. Is there a mod that, just like the deconstruction planner, you can box select, but instead of deconstructing, it just picks items up off the ground? Because I need that. I need it. Clean floor? Is that a thing? No need for a mod. Hang on. How do you do this? If I have a bunch of items here, can I just... I know you can pick it up with the deconstruction planner there, but in the event that you have machines around the place, deconstruction planner is going to get rid of those as well. Unless I'm just dumb and I'm missing something. Click the decon planner button. Left click to deconstruct. Shift left click to cancel. There's an option for loose items only. I'm not seeing it. Holding shift doesn't work. Holding control doesn't let you drag. Right click does it's just the same as the left click. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't... Oh. Like, this needs to be base game. Unless there's a way to do it. Surely there has to be... Okay, hang on, let me have a look. Item on ground. Oh, okay, hang on. So if I create a deconstruction planner down here and then whitelist item on ground. Right. That works. Brilliant. Brilliant, thank you. Although that really should just be like another key binding that you hold down, you know, control instead, and then that just collects that. That should really be base functionality. Yes, that is cool. Yes, that. Okay. That is nice. That's staying in my blueprint book for sure. Nice. Okay, we can continue now. So if I just drag... Yeah, I can make sure that there's no loose items around. Nice. Sweet. We're learning. The next thing we need to do is, now that we have sulfuric acid and we have coal, we need to start turning all that into carbon. And that can be done in a cryogenic plant, so you know what that means. How's this going? Base game, very nice to have, hidden for some reason. Yeah. This thing is going strong at 100,000 kilometers. We are not full on our cargo, so that's good. I need these to send down some cryogenic plants. We might even send down... Nah, I'll just do the normal ones for now. Which does mean I'm going to have to run all the way back. It looks like we need some repair kits as well, because some things are catching on fire. Other than the rest of the stream, you know? Yeah, 53 repair packs, that'll do. Cryogenic plants. Research productivity is still going strong. I'm really happy about that. It's not full speed. I think we are still low on the Mountain Dew. Although we have them here. Yeah, we don't have them on the rest of these. So Mountain Dew is the problem. So Gleba still needs another visit. Another visitation. Which should be fine because we now have the really large and tileable system here. So we can just tile that across. Still need to figure out the nutrient delivery though. Okay, we should have... four bus lanes. Okay, let's use our trusty new tool. Oh, that's nice. That is so useful. And this runs all the way down. There we go. Nice big thick coal bus. We like to see that. We like them thick. All right. Let's grab our cryogenic plants. This only needs one item. Do we have a design on Narvis we can steal for this? Sulfur is just 2 liquids. This is 2 items, but it's 1 belt, so we could just copy this. Oh wait, no, hang on, that's making sulfuric acid. Ah, the batteries. We can copy the batteries design. I love that we can do this, and we can just plonk it down here. And then we swap these. It is very nice that we don't have to make pipes. It's not pipes. It's very nice we don't have to make sulfuric acid. It just comes out of the ground. Somebody's got to make a version of that, but for lube. And I have way too many foundries. Let's try and get rid of some more. Oh, what's going on here? Fulgora is there, but it's an extra step away. I want to pull lube straight out directly. What's going on here? Why is this full? Tungsten carbide. It's not having a good day because we need... Why do you have no sulfuric acid? Oh, wait. This whole time, these have been flipped around. Hundreds of hours of gameplay, and these have just been flipped around the wrong way. Okay. Okay. Good to know. What's going on here? Why are these not moving? We somehow made too much quality. Okay, I can't get distracted. We got another goal today first. Need to grab some more beacons. Regular beacons, that is. There we go. Beacons! Bacons! Need to make a mod that changes the textures of every item in the game to the things that I misname them as. That'd be pretty funny. All the different potions probably don't need to be changed, actually. Maybe some of them can get the little aluminum can variants. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we've got a bus of 5. Ooh, okay, hang on. Maybe we can even get a bus of 8. We'll deal with that later. K2 or KX2? Yeah, Crastoria is another mod pack that we can try in the future. That's going to be a little bit more work. Pipes, pipes, pipes. I need pipes. Pipe. And pipe to grounds. We need a few of those. Cool. Actually, I'll grab a few more of those. I think we're going to be using them if we're going to be compact. Oh, my inventory is so full. Get it off, get it off. There we go. I need a bigger inventory. Okay, here we go. So, instead of batteries, these need to be making carbon. We don't need batteries here on Vulcanus. That's expecting coal. Oh, I should have flipped all this around. Okay, hang on. Flip this around. Oh, that looks so... Wait, I want to do that again. That's... Oh! Are you seeing this? That is so satisfying. Oh, oh, that is so cool. Alrighty, so we got coal coming in on one side. Oh, but this side here needs to be flipped as well. Hey, there we go. And then coal needs to come through here. Nice. Alright, we gotta grab some more underground belts. Okay, where are the undergrounds? Oh, hang on, we got some epic steam turbines. Wait a sec. How much are the epics worth? 11 megawatts. So we just doubled. Oh my goodness. Still at 2.4 gigawatts though. Where's our... Belts. Yeah, we're gonna need way more than that. And we need some splitters. Alright, let's head back over. Do I have enough stack inserters? Yeah, it looks like I do. Awesome. Bonk all these down. So these need sulfuric acid, which should be as simple as just plugging that in, right? Yep, okay, that's all filled. Now we need the coal. There we go, there's one lane. Then we bring this across, and this should be our second lane. Nice, let's plug this in, get some power. Carbon's coming through. There we go. Okay, hang on, we haven't made the output port for this yet. There we go. There's a thick belt lane. Now we just got to figure out where to deliver that, but we should be able to just tile this now. Kind of. Maybe. How does this not tile? There we go. That should tile. Yep, that's all tiling. Nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is amazing. Okay, the next thing we need to do is bring that along to... No, hang on. What happened to the sulfuric acid? Something's gone wrong. Something's gone awry. It's all still connected. Okay, it's all good. It's nice. Okay, and then we need to bring that over with the tungsten. And using the tungsten, we can then make our carbides in bulk, which needs more sulfuric acid and then the carbon and the tungsten. All right, so we got our foundations, we got our drills. Let's start drilling. And I'm definitely going to have to go back and get some more drills. You're going to need power for this. I don't even know if that's connected. I can't see the connection square. I think that's got it. Copy this, flip it. Auto save. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to... Oh, hang on. Definitely going to have to get more drills. Morning, Vic. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Now, where are we going to deliver the bus for this? Probably a bit more central to the where everything else is going to be built. So maybe I'll have the bus coming on this side. Yeah, that matches up with the tungsten deposit up here. For those of you just tuning in, we're trying to do a push of our science production rate on Vulcanus. Our goal in the end is going to be 1 million. We're currently at 60,000 e-science per minute, effective science per minute, so that's a bit of a distance, but we have a setup design kind of emerging on Navis, which is delivering us a decent amount of science packs to our science lab. And we're also out of Prometheus. Oh, hang on. Wait, we're almost at 400,000. Wait. Okay, hang on. Slight sidetrack. Getting a little sidetracked here. Hang on. We're almost at 400k. Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for a lot of you. Welcome back, Thoracic Meat, to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we're taking damage. We're taking damage. I think this is the part where we still turn around. Head back to Navis. But wow, okay. But the problem I'm having on this ship is the fact that we're not producing explosive rockets quick enough. Oh wait, we're not producing rockets quick enough now. That's the issue. Red alert! Yeah. As soon as you join, we get a red alert. How about that? Yeah, okay, that is a slight issue. I do need to redesign this ship a little bit. I think I need to elongate it and put some more ammo production in the neck. That's the effect I have. Oh no, the Merchant of Doom. We can do a little cheesy storage thing here to try and squeeze some more Promethean packs into here. Which just involves cycling this recipe back and forth. And then that gives us infinite storage in this one little machine. Little cheese, but it gets us for now while I don't have the belt weaved storage, because I haven't made any changes to the ship since the last time some of you saw it. I'll probably do for now. Okay, so we need more drills, by the looks of it. I think we can just spam these a bunch. And then we need some power. Nice. Paste again. Get rid of some of these. What just got destroyed? Nothing on blunt force trauma. Okay, that's good. How many lanes is that? That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll do. That will be fine. Let's get this lane going. Yeah, this is absolutely not the most efficient way to do these drilling spots. Because some of these are going to be backed up. Well, a lot of these are going to be backed up. We're out of foundations. Alright, let's go grab some more foundations and drills. We're lucky we don't have to use liquids to mine tungsten. Just like you do with the uranium. Okay, here we go. Drills, please. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm way too full. Chest. Dump. Chest. Dump. That is a lot of science packs. Holy. Are we still producing them at rate? Oh, 3k per minute. Okay. Not as high as I thought it would be. Request some more foundations. Do we have any more building up on Aquilo? A little bit. Okay, there we go. We got our drills, we got our foundations. Let's head on back. Oh, actually, I should bring the speed modules. We've been needing those for a little bit. Which are coming through excruciatingly slow. I might have to send some down from the ships up above. You're not carrying, but you should be carrying. There we go. It's funny, we shipped them upwards originally, and now I'm shipping them back down. Here we go. Alrighty, 2 rows of speed modules. Let's go plug them in. How's this going? Are you still alive? Yes. Barely holding on. Let's plug these in. Oh, there we go. I love these drones. They're so awesome. Oh. Oh, we have a visitor. Hello. Goodbye. Damn, we still don't have enough drills for this. Huh. This thing is a power-hungry beast. Actually, we should probably use the poles instead of the substations. There we go, that's better. Now that's drilling. Bring all this down. There we go. Nice big bus. Do one more bus over here as well. I keep making these tunnels. It's annoying. Keep goofing up the placements. Alright. Tunnels. Not going to get us over the lava, so we have to build the foundations. There's a 5-lane bus that I don't know how to use. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh. Stop burning. Stop burning. Ow. Stop that. Okay, now we need to figure out where we're going to build these things. What are they called again? Tungsten carbides. Unfortunately, we can only do them in assembly machine 3s. So that is a little bit annoying. Let's come up with a little design though for this. Assembly machine 3s. We need to be making tungsten carbide. We need 3 ports. We need... Yeah, okay. So we need sulfuric acid coming in on one side. And then we also need the other stuff. We need the tungsten ore and the carbon. I also need to put beacons around here. It's probably going to have some sort of design like this. Question is, how much do we want? How much speed do we actually want or need? We can fit 4. We can fit 4 beacons in like this. And then we need a splitter. We need a tunnel and then a splitter. Yeah, then that's not going to reach. Okay. This is probably the most amount of beacons we can possibly get. And then we can do a little tunnel system like that. Oh, hang on. Actually... No, wait, hang on. Can we... No, that's still not going to reach. Dang it. But, if we did a manifold... Okay, hang on. If we do a manifold... Wait, this might work. We flip this upside down. Actually, no, I don't want to flip it upside down. We did an underground pipe jumping across here. We did a manifold tunnel. No. Oh, yes. Yeah, manifold tunnel. Like that. Change these out to be pipe to grounds. And that way we can squeeze another beacon in here for a total of... How many are we getting? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. That's 10 beacons sitting around one of these assembly machines. Ooh. 10 beacons per assembly machines. And then we can have a little thingy like that. Okay, then if we copy this. Yeah, okay. Ah, but there's a small problem. Right. Uh-oh. Oh, no. What happened? No. No. 4 minutes ago. Dang it. Oh, my game crashed. No. The ship crashed so hard into those rocks that it killed the game. Okay. Shoot. Nothing happened. How did that even happen? I think that's actually the first time I've ever had this game crash on me. So that's a first. Ladies and gents, you saw it here first. Factorio indeed crashes. In that case, what we could do is have a look for those mods that were mentioned earlier. Cataclysmic mentioned squeak through. What does squeak through do? Squeak through entities that you... Oh, is that what it does? So you can walk through things. Well, that's fine because I can fly over things. What was the other one? Alt F4's... No, my game crashed. That was not an Alt F4, I assure you that. I loaded the save. And the other one was Blueprint Sandboxes. Yeah, we can try and install that. Let's launch that. I can't believe it crashed. Okay, let's load that autosave. Okay, here we go. So, how does this Blueprint Sandbox work? Oh. Okay, hang on, what's all this? We got infinite stuff. So how does this work? We just ghost cursor stuff? Oh, okay, I see. So we can build stuff here. We're gonna need to build stuff because I completely lost the design that I had working up. Okay, so Blueprint Sandbox. If we try and recreate what we just made, I had one of these. Oh, actually, before we continue, this ship needs to slow down even further. Hopefully that doesn't die a horrible death. So we had our beacons. I might actually just use the legendaries again. We had something like this, and then pipe to grounds went under. We had an inserter, and then a manifold tunnel system. Build a sail for the ship, harness the wind. I think that's the design that we had. There is one other thing that I've forgotten that we need to do, but I'll do that in a sec. So this should now tile. Yep, which it does. And then we should be able to flip that vertically. We can set the recipe for this up real quick. Tungsten carbide. And then we can set this up with our modules. Now, the one thing that I have forgotten to do is power all of it. We need to place a substation somewhere in here. Question is, do we use a big substation, the legendary one, or do we just use regular ones? I don't think a regular one is going to give us full coverage. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, that's not going to give us full coverage, so it's going to have to be a legendary. Yeah, there we go. That covers the whole thing. And we should be able to copy this. Plonk it down. There we go. Nice and big coverage. Wowie, those are good. They are. These are... The legendary stuff is really, really nice. Okay, let's copy that and head back over to Vulcanus. So we can plonk it down, I think, here. We can get some of our sulfuric acid and just do a quick little plug in here. Actually, no, we can't. Okay, let's paste this again and put it over this side. Need to flip these around. Oh, wait, hang on. There's one other thing we forgot. And that is... how do we extract the items? Oh boy, okay, hang on. This is... damn, how do we actually extract these items? This isn't gonna work. And also, this needs to be a stack inserter. um... If we grab... I don't really want to do it, but... we shift some of these down. Then we can do another manifold down here. Something like that. It's ugly. It's really ugly. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it at all. But it's for numbers, right? The fact that the numbers must grow. Dude, why am I doing them on this side? I should probably make this symmetrical. Okay, and then we connect these up with the tunnels. There we go. So that's going to extract the items, and then... okay, what if we... flip this? Oh, wait. What if we tessellated this? So it was staggered slightly off. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, this is a little interesting. Hurts the eyes a little bit. Which means it's probably good for the channel. Okay, so then if we copy that and head back to Vulcanus. Yeah, okay, this might work. But then we need to flip the items around. Let's... What is the rate calculator going to say about this? How much are we going to produce? 168. I doubt that quite a lot. Hang on. Repower this. Oh, I forgot to power it. A little bit messy, but that'll do. So that's all going to be powered now. What's the rate calculator say now? 445. I still doubt that. Press X to doubt. Okay, that's connected. Now what does the rate calculator say? 445. Is that really what we're going to get out of this? I suppose if I start loading speed modules into these things, that'll improve. Hey, thank you for the raid. Slim Monkey, how you doing? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. We're just trying to work on increasing our production rate of orange science on Vulcanus in our quest for the 1 million science per minute extravaganza. We've got a good amount packing here. That's still going strong, 60,000 per minute. We're still quite a fair way away. Sorry to raid and run, but gotta go. That's all good. Thanks for the raid. Hope you have a good evening or day or whatever it is. And in the meantime, welcome everybody else. Okay, I think this design is going to work. What's the rate calculator say on this now? I'm still struggling to read. 576, that doesn't seem as good as it looks. I don't know, what do we reckon, chat? Tungsten carbide, is this a good design? Hang on, let me do a quick comparison. Glad the train is out of fuel. Oh, hang on. Wait. Light detour. I forgot to request fuel for these guys. And we don't have buffer chests. Why don't we have buffer chests? Where are our buffer chests? We don't have buffer chests. Yeah, let's just erase those. That'll work. Not buffer chests. What do you call them? The other chests. Okay, this is going to be requesting rocket fuel. I can even find it. There we go. Rocket fuel, rocket fuel. That should sort you out. Cool. Back to this. I want to quickly check our current setup here. What's the rate end up being here? 144. Okay, it is way better. It just doesn't sound as impressive as I thought it would be. 500 is not thousands, but we'll make do. At least we can tile it. So then these should be able to come down. Oh, hang on, no, that's the input. We need to flip this around. That's going to be our tungsten and the other stuff. Tungsten and carbon. Carbon's coming through here. We can swing this upwards. Need to run a splitter. Yeah, no, this splitter needs to be up here. And then we need to bring another splitter down from this angle. Let's move this across a little bit. Something like that. Actually, let's shift that over one more. This is going to bring our tungsten ore down to the carbon. I think. Wait, no, this is too tightly compacted. That might be better. Hang on. That'll work. Okay, that's tungsten carbide. We need to flip all these around. First, make legendary modules, then expansion. No. I don't have a great number of legendaries available to me. Something happened to our legendary casino up here, and it's not producing iron as fast as I wanted to. Not sure why. Hang on, let me have a look. 1 hour legendary global stats. We're getting 49.5 per minute of the legendary iron ore, and I'm pretty sure we had that sort of rates with just one of these things, so that's got me a little confused. I think on Narvis all of that iron is getting turned into legendary assembly machines, but this will probably do for the time being, at least. I can upgrade it later. Throughput should be coming in through nicely. Oh wait, somehow I've messed this up. That's supposed to be the input. Let's fix this up real quick. Okay, that's input. This needs to become the output. Okay, there we go. And then we need to do the same thing. Oh wait, no, that's already sorted. Just need to flip these around. There we go. Oh my goodness, that goes in quick. Wait a second. Holy, that came out so fast. I 1 second crafted that right, and we've got a crafting speed of 36. I did not take that into account. Okay, maybe instead of speed, we do productivity. That might slow it down a little bit and then give us some extra productivity, because I don't want that coal and tungsten running out. Ooh. Okay, now we got to figure out where to take these. These can join back up in the middle. That's going to double belt them. Alright, alright. We got a thick belt here. Question now is, do we have too many of these? Is that saturating this belt way too much? That's something I don't really want to think about right now. Okay, next thing we need is tungsten plates, which needs molten iron and tungsten ore. We can probably just do that up here since we got access to lava here. So we need some foundries. I'm going to use the rare foundries for extra speed. I'm going to get some molten iron. Put these on some pipes. What's going on here? Why can't you... Oh, we're out of cliff explosives. And we need some offshore pumps. Okay, I'm going to go back and grab some from base. This is not enough. You can build another platform. I can always build more platforms. But the fact that I've already got 5 of them is kind of worrying me. And they're equipped with legendary crushers, but they're not equipped with legendary or quality modules. So I could always upgrade those. I wonder if I need to build a bigger and more heavy-duty space casino. I love the casino. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, these things have just been running around tirelessly. You can see they're all in one big cluster, sitting around heading to Gleba. This ship here is still doing okay. That's good. Dying. Not dying a horrible and painful death. Why is the Gleba train still out of fuel? Oh, it's not closer? Hang on, what? Wait a sec. There we go. Weird. Just the lights, the rest is a racket. Yeah. What do you mean, you don't like those sound effects? Okay, I need offshore pumps. Got enough splitters, got enough turbo underground belts. Was there anything else we needed? I think that's all. Oh yeah, that's right, cliff explosives. Good thing I checked. Where in the spaghetti? Here we are. One of these days I'm gonna give someone a seizure just from looking at my spaghetti. It's that bad. Need a disclaimer warning on my stream. May cause the cringe. Okay, we pump out some lava. Here we go. Oh, calcite. Right, I forgot the calcite. We can probably just grab it from down here. So if we grab power pole. I'm gonna just ignore that this guy's here. The ultimate flex. Building while there's a worm standing next to me. Oh, we don't have any drills either. Hang on, let's grab some drills. Drills, 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 drills. Where are my drills? Oh, we got a purple. And my inventory is full again. With tungsten ore. Not the tungsten. Here we go. Can we make light bulbs with tungsten? Tungsten filaments are a thing. Hey, drills, drills. We need the calcite, which is all the way down here. So, I think for this one we'll go vertically. This guy doesn't even know I'm here. Let's wake him up, shall we? Okay, this should give us plenty of calcite. I don't think I'm going to need much more than this. Move this up a little bit. Nice. That's going to form us some little bus lanes. We should probably compact them together. Join them up. Oh, this guy's going for it. No, sir. This is my land now. Okay, and then I need to plug this in. There we go. There's some more power for those. And then we should just be able to run all this all the way back up. Oh, that's going to fill my inventory even more. Okay, now before I forget, I'm just going to run over here and kill this guy, because this is going to bite me in the ass. Okay, so that's our calcite sorted. So the next thing we need to do is bring that up to this area. We're going to need to bring this to 2 areas, actually, because the orange science does need copper. We can probably do a little manifold system as well here. Okay, let's swing that around. Something else we need to be mindful of is the fact that we get a crazy amount of stone from these things. So let's sort the stone out. We need some stack inserters to come in. Actually, no, we can just do a bulk inserter. Do our little tunnel manifold system. And then we need stack inserters coming out to get rid of the stone. And we can probably move these pipes a little further down south. Stone is going to join up here. Oops, I didn't even know you could do that. And then the stone is going to come up this lava. And go in the lava and burn. Alright, cool. So then we need some power. Oh, and we also need to connect these pipes up. Power! Legendary! Brilliant. There we go, there's the stone. There's our molten iron. So then we need to take the molten iron and mix it with the tungsten ore, and that's going to make our plates. So I'm just going to use the regular foundries for this. Where should we do this? I suppose just a nice big row over here might be plenty. But the question is, how much can we maximize our speed? Let me set up. Let's set that up. And then we need to grab beacons. Bacons. It doesn't exactly tile well, does it? No. What if we move this one down just a little bit more? Actually, no, we need a spot to be able to deposit the tungsten plates. How? These are 10 seconds each. What if? What if we did something like this? So if we have a pipe coming out, we can use this one space that we can't fit a beacon in because we had to get the fluids in to begin with. And then we can get our items out using a stack inserter. And these can join up onto a primary bus. And then the fluids can come around. If we copy this, we don't need the big beefy substations. We can just use the little ones. And then we can probably even skip a few. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Okay, that's cool. Yep, okay, that's nice, that's nice. So yeah, we can't quite squeeze a beacon into here, unfortunately, but that's fine. Let's grab our speed modules. Probably our productivity modules for the actual boundaries. That gives us a total of 114% productivity. And then we need the tungsten ore to come in. Actually, I might move these back. There is one thing I forgot, is I need the actual tungsten ore to come in. Just like that, that'll probably do. Then we can do a splitter. Flip this around the other way because we're going to deliver it back into a central spot here before then bringing it across to make orange juice. Yeah, I think we're ready for the ores. So ores are going to come in through here. Just like that. And my inventory's dead. Then we need the molten iron to come through. Like that. We now have tungsten plates. And my inventory is still full. Okay, so if we then copy this a bunch of times. And then make adjustments for the power. Yeah, okay, this is coming along. Now if we copy this and flip it, This is really annoying, this whole flame fire thing. Okay, that's fine. These now need their ingredients. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no, that's all good, that's all good, that's all good. Let's run this across. Then we have ourselves some tungsten. Yeah. And then with the stacked tungsten plates and the stacked tungsten carbide, we now need to mix that with copper ore. And then we can make ourselves the orange juice. So copper ore needs to be more lava. Oh, hang on, this isn't powered. I disconnected it for some reason. There we go. Is that going to be producing enough molten iron? Probably. So the next thing we need to do now is copy this and turn it into molten copper. We can probably just flip this onto the other side and do it there. Yep, okay, so then we can copy this here. Do something like that. Actually, no, hang on, that's in the wrong spot. There we go, that's the right way around. But we have a little bit of a slight problem here with spacing. Maybe we grab this and move it over slightly. And then change the recipe over to copper. And then the stone can just come over here and join up with the deposit. With the disposal. And we're definitely going to need a whole lot more than this. So I'm going to make a few copies. I have to downgrade to the lower quality ones. There we go. Just need to power it up. And then we need our calcite. So the calcite needs to come in through the manifold. Yep. We have a second calcite belt, don't we? Yes, we do. Let's bring this up. Oh no. Oh no, we're out of belts. Alright, I gotta go grab some more belts. While we're doing that, how's everyone doing? Hope you're all having a good day, good night, good evening, good afternoon. Is anyone else playing Factorio right now? Might just chuck more of these ores in here. I gotta figure out what to do with these excess ores. Yeah, there is just so much junk in here. I think we need more drills. Yeah, I'm gonna need more belts than that. Probably grab another stack of tunnels and splitters as well for what we're about to get on with. Oh, and legendary beacons. I need to grab some more of those, but we'll stick with the regular beacons for now. Alright, there we go. That's going to be our copper. We don't need to use productivity on this, so I'm just going to go speed all the way. And the output is full, which is what we want. So the next thing we need to do is design up our little modules for making the orange science. So we need copper, tungsten carbide, tungsten plates. Easiest way to do that is just to swing these around. Something like that. And then we can drag them downwards. What's dying on Vulcanus? Oh, this stuff. Okay. Damn fires. But we were done putting out fires in this stream. Why aren't you running? You're missing your molten iron. Ah, okay, that's it. You're just missing the iron. Can join you across. There we go. Everything starts moving again. Move and schmooth. So then we can bring one of these down. And then we need to split them. And join them up onto either side of the belt, so we can just have one belt doing its thing. This guy needs his molten copper, and then he needs his items, so we can probably save on some space. Yeah, and then we can just run this across. Vulcanus is going to pick this up. Now, how do we squeeze as many beacons as we possibly can around this thing? And actually, we do need to send the orange science back. We can do that on a quick manifold. Yep, okay, so beacons. How many can we fit around this thing? Put a tunnel there. And a tunnel there. Can we then tile that? Yes, that will tile. Nice. Okay, that might do it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 beacons. That's... I'm sure there's a way you can squeeze probably an extra set of beacons, but I think as far as space efficiency goes, that's probably a nice amount. Now this just needs power, and we can throw productivity modules in here to make science. I remember that was suggested to me a while ago. That gives you a better yield. There we go. Then we need our copper. So we can just plug that into a pipe here. Molten copper needs to find its way down though. Which is a little bit of a small dilemma. But I think we can squeeze some spaghetti in here. We all love our spaghetti. How's everyone's factories? Are they all spaghettified? I know some of you have some really, really compact factories. Definitely admire those. I'm kind of too stupid to be able to figure out how to do the not spaghetti. Everything becomes spaghetti in the end. I'm just happy when they work. I think that's a good attitude. Yeah, there we go. And then we need power, so we can probably just squeeze a substation into these little nooks. Then I can copy that. It was always spaghetti. Always has been. Okay, tungsten carbide is just waiting. Oh yeah, this is just waiting for power now. There we go, there's your power. We should be getting some orange science coming out through here. Ooh, there we are. What's the rate calculator say about this? 22.5. Oh wait, I'm in per second. Why are we in per second? So you're telling me that this is actually 683 per second. What's that per minute? 41k. Oh my goodness, that changes things. I was disappointed with that previously. 26.7 thousand per minute. So what's this end up being? 1,000 per minute. That's just from 4 machines. Wait a second. Yeah, oops. Oops and oops is the right response here. Holy. Wait, so that means... Okay, we're gonna need way more molten copper than that. Can we squeeze a beacon on any of these? Might be able to. I'm about to run out of the regular substations. But we can load these up with some speed modules to try and get just a little bit more. Oh, hang on. Problem is the stone. Okay, there we go. That's going to help the stone barely. Damn. Yeah, we might have to make some slight adjustments to this. Let's see what we can do. If we run some inserters here. How much does that improve the flow rate? Not very much. That's a lot of smoke. Damn. Okay, yeah, hang on, that's starting to clear. That's clearing. Molten copper's coming through. Now we just need to deliver all of this. Easiest way we can do that is just by building a quick little rocket silo area, probably just down here. Which means we need to start manufacturing processing units, rocket fuel, and low density structures. Those are really easy to cast. It's the processing units that I'm a little bit annoyed about. Because we need plastic with the advanced circuits. Okay. Like all the rockets. Yep, all the rockets are the same. Alright, so this is where we need to start using our brains because it gets a little confusing from here. And I lost a radar in here at some point. Let's put that back in. So... if we copy our setup from Navis, where are we going to plonk it? Probably just down here. Yep, we're going to need substations, we're going to need roboports, and we need our rocket silos. How many of those are there? 42. We need like Oh, you mean you need like all of them as in how many you need, right? All of them, yes. The whole planetary system supply. So we need 42. I don't think I even have that many sitting on the ship. We have only 40. Damn. Alright, well, we can send some of them down. All of them down. As you said, all of them. Wait, can we drop stone directly into the lava? Yes, we can. That's kind of neat. What's going on here? Oh, we're just full. Right, we're just full. Okay. I was a little confused thinking, why is our production rate completely stopped? Okay, those are the rocket silos. We might just snag a couple from here that we aren't really exactly using. Might free up some of the coal deposits there too. Alrighty, rockets. This is insane. Then we need our substations, and then we need to grab as well some electromagnetic plants. I think we have them sitting here on Electric Boogaloo as well. Yeah, EM plants. We'll do the rares. I don't think we'll need more than 20, but we'll bring them anyway. And then we also need more substations. It's a good thing I've got them all packed up on the ship. Okay, where are we? Down here. Plunk them all down. So, I think we can probably go with a similar setup that we had on Narvis as well. If I head over here and we grab... Actually, no, hang on. We had a dedicated electronics factory over here. We might just copy this whole thing. So, copy the molten copper. I have a blueprint for this. Foundry block. Yeah, I'll just use that. Head back to Vulcanus. So we need... I'll just slap it on the side here, I reckon. That's going to be for iron. That's going to be for copper. These are just... Oh, hang on. Oh, no, we're out of cliff explosives. Okay. We can set this up. This is going to be copper. You know what? Nah, let's just skip that. Let's go straight to copper wires. I don't think we need to bother with EM plant copper wires. Yeah, let's grab some more cliff explosives, and then we can continue on with that. And then we can copy over our electric circuits and our... Oh yeah, we need to make plastic too. We'll probably do that in cryogenic plants as well. Wait, plastic needs coal. Oh wait, we got coal, never mind. What was I looking for again? Man, I have a memory of a goldfish today. There we go. Tier 3 productivity modules, we can just replace those with the upgraded ones. So that's going to make us iron plates and copper. I might just grab from this whole supply up here, the molten fluids. And we're out of pipe to grounds. Man, I am out of all the resources today. I am really excited to see what our final production rate is going to be. If it's 1,000 per those small blocks that we saw earlier, we're probably going to end up producing something crazy like 40,000 per minute. If I just spam that a whole bunch of times. Which is actually... If we check the productivity of these things, productivity is plus 284%. So if we were making 40,000 a minute, that's times 1, 2, 3, and then science pack drain is half of that, so that's times 6. That'd be 240,000 per minute. That's pretty good. And then if we just keep spamming our productivity, looks like blunt force trauma is ready to come back home. Might switch that over to full speed now since we're out of the shattered planet. We've got our new Promethean packs. We should be able to make some more research. Yeah, that is tagged. That is not going at all. Okay, we'll put that back on artillery shell range for the time being while we wait. Which is also not going at all. Why is that? Outline of Vulcanus is sitting here waiting for science. There's 240,000 sitting here on the planet. What's happened? Why are we not shipping? Why are we all sitting with partial speed module stacks? Stop that. Autosave. Okay, there we go. Yeah, interesting. Not sure why that happened. But that should start serving the other ships again. Okay, so we need more pipe to grounds. Might just bring that many. We probably need some more pipes too. Man, this is a long trek. Okay, that's all sorted. Pipe to grounds, we are almost at our destination. And there we go. So that's molten iron. Then we need to connect this up and get that rigged to power. Like that. There we go. Iron plates. Oh, hang on. We need to upgrade these. which is stack inserters. So that's iron plates, and then we need to bring the molten copper around, which we kind of were already doing here, so I'll just swing this around. Okay, what happened there? Why did this not? There we go, so that's molten copper sorted now. Which is making our copper wires. Brilliant. Now we need to turn that into green circuits using our EM plants. Which I think, again, we can just steal from Novice. Oh, wow, that's dark. I can barely see, but we can copy this. This will probably be enough. We don't really need to go that heavy duty, I don't think. Okay, so then copper wires needs to end up on the bottom. Which reminds me, we need a bus balancer for this. There we go, that inserts there. Iron needs to come in somewhere as well. Did I have this on a mixed belt? Oh wait, no, hang on, that's the wrong thing. Right. Whoops. I wanted these to... Oh, actually, that kind of works the same, actually. Yeah, this does need to be a mixed belt. Alright. This is gonna say ripperonis to my inventory. Or is this 07's in the chat for inventory space? Okay, that should be all sorted now. And then we need to change these recipes over to the circuits and replace them with the higher quality EM plants. And then rig power up. Boom. Let's throw some of these productivity modules in. Problem is, that's going to come through very slowly. Although it's not too bad, actually. It could be quicker, but we need the speed modules. We need speed modules across the whole planet, to be honest, so... I'm just going to plug these in real quick. Next thing we need is plastic, so that we can make the red circuits. There we go. Okay, plastic. Plastic needs coal. And coal then needs... Okay, hang on. I think we have another design we can steal from Novice. Yeah, here we go. Yoink. We might just plonk this down here on this side. And this is where we can grab our extra bus lanes. Yeah. Wow, I planned ahead, chat. We're gonna forget that I said... We're gonna forget that I ever asked, why do I have 5 lanes? And we're just gonna say, nah, I knew what I was doing this whole time. Don't laugh. We know what we're doing. Alright, so then that's going to come through and make us our coal, make us our plastic. We need to... Okay, that is wired up. Here we go, here we go. Oh, we need petroleum. Okay, how do we make petroleum on this planet again? Actually, yeah, how do we make coal on this planet? Simple coal liquefaction, oil refineries, coal, calcite, and sulfuric acid makes heavy oil, and then we need to crack that all the way down. Oh boy. Okay, that means we're going to need oil refineries. Don't know if I have oil refineries on this planet in storage. We're about to find out. None in there. We have 4. Really? Is that all? Reports, I need those. Yeah. Okay, that's a problem. Let me make them. Electronic circuits, stone bricks, pipes. Okay, that's easy. Easy if my inventory is not full. Need some circuits. What else did we say we need? These stone bricks. Which are not sitting in a chest anywhere. That is annoying. That's okay, because that gives us an excuse to finally start using up all this stone. There we go, stone bricks. Okay, next thing we need. Oh, wait, that's it. We just need stone bricks. All right. We have gears. Yep. Just waiting on those stone bricks now. And that makes us 10 oil refineries. We need so many more than that. We can't do cracking in... Wait, what? You can do cracking in biochambers. Chemical plants. Yeah, you can't do them in cryogenic plants, so we're gonna have to do chemicals. That's fine, we can afford that. We need more gears. Need some more steel. It's also about time we started making some of this promethium science again. Just got to clear all this up though, otherwise it's going to completely fill up our hub. Oh my god, why can't I click? Go, 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 go. Here we go. Eggs are coming through, which means we now have promethium science again. Awesome. Okay, and that should be all sorted. Should be automated now. The rest of this needs to be... How's this going? We still got some of these crafting. So we basically just need this setup upscaled. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this was our old plastic setup. Good old legacy days. We can do better this time, though. Okay, let's head back over here. So we need sulfuric acid, calcite, and coal in an oil refinery. Which we can probably just get away with doing here. That takes 5 seconds to make 50 heavy oil. Okay. If we use our beacons, which I'm actually about to run out of. And we can probably squeeze... not as many as I'd like. Yeah, we can probably reserve this space here. That's still 10. We can reserve this space in here to put in some of our inserters and things like that. So we need coal and calcite. Calcite. I wonder where we can get calcite from. Oh, look. How convenient. We already have one set up. So calcite will come into here. And then we need coal. Coal we need in bulk, so I can't really afford a small setup here. What are we going to do here? We need coal. And then calcite. So if coal is coming through a manifold and then splitting, we can then pick up from here. But we also need space to put the other stuff in. Oh, hang on. We went the other way with the calcite. Yes. Maybe. Yeah, calcite can just run on a simple manifold. I think that'll do. Heavy oil comes out this side. Sulfuric acid comes in on this side. Substation goes on there. Yeah, I think that'll work. So then we copy this. Actually, let's erase that and this. Copy this. That connects up. Nice. Nice little tileable design. We love those. Heavy oil is on here, and then on the other side we're going to do the cracking. That goes in, nice. Sulfuric acid now needs to join up. I think I'm just going to yoink it from here. There we go. Speed modules. Sweet. What's our rate calculator say that's going to be? 29k per minute. That's pretty nice. Or at least it sounds impressive. So now we need to crack that with our chemical plants, which are still crafting. So once again, let's squeeze some beacons in between these. Something like that. This needs to do heavy oil to light oil. Oh, but that needs water as well. Ugh. Okay, never mind. This needs to be water then. Steam condensate. No, hang on. Another step we've missed. Let's do the steam and the water over here. Let's copy this. Bring it over. This needs to be steam, which again needs calcite. Or we just do another manifold again. Or just a long belt, to be honest. Should be enough. Nope, that's a beacon. We can't insert into a beacon. Actually, can you insert into beacons? Very detoury. Would you look at that? And you can pull out of beacons. Well, how about that? We learn something new every day. You can transfer items through beacons. Well then. How many of you people knew that? Acid neutralization, that goes across. Steam's gonna come out. Could even use that for power, but that's nice and easy. Next thing we need is another set of these for water condensation. Is that as simple as... Yeah, okay. Oh, hang on, we can do a cryogenic plant. I would like to do the cryogenics as much as I can because they are just... Oh, they are just so powerful. We need to surround that in beacons. How many beacons can we get away with here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 12. That sounds pretty good to me. No, hang on. We could get more than that. This is a 5x5 machine, isn't it? Or is it a 6x... No, it's a 5x5. It's just like the biolabs. We can get 14 of... No, yeah, we can get more of these on... Hang on, was the biolabs... Yeah, they're the same size. Hang on, what did I do for the biolabs? Let me check. Okay. So this sits in the middle like that. Ah, yes. Okay, there we go. And then this moves down a little bit. Yep, there we go. That surrounds it completely. So then if we move this down, this is probably way excessive overkill. I shouldn't even be thinking about cramming this. But here we are. And I wonder how fast this is gonna go. Okay, I need to get some more speed modules and I need to pick up those beacons. Speed modules, where would they be? Here they are. Getting a little low on them, but I think that's because we keep delivering them. Anyway, so that's going to be our water setup though. We can load these up with speed modules. Yep, okay, let's get that calcite going. And then we need to power all this. Probably do a legendary substation here. Okay, water's coming through. Then we need to deliver the water down here so we can start doing the cracking. So we're cracking water and heavy oil into light oil. And we need to figure out a nice compact design for this. What's a good way to go about this? We can chuck some of these around here. Our water needs to come in from somewhere, and so does our heavy oil. Probably do something like that. And then... yeah, we can probably squeeze more beacons here somewhere. Oops. Yeah, if we move these pipes up, we can squeeze an extra beacon there. Yeah, there we go. That tiles. And then we can fit a substation in this little gap here. Oh, this is coming along nicely. Alright, up to sleep night. Take care. I hope you had a good time on the stream. I will catch you later. Oh yeah, I'll check out your factory on the Discord server too. I enjoy the little updates you do. Oh, that doesn't quite connect. Okay, that connects. So that's going to give us, hopefully, plenty of oil. I'd have been around more, but a friend I met IRL was doing a bit of stream stuff, so pigeon over there and lurked here. That's all good. I already appreciate the attention you provide. The interactions. Having you on the Discord server is great. So I fully appreciate. And for anyone else that wants to be on the Discord server, exclamation point Discord. Shameless plug. You can all join the Discord server and hang out. Share your builds, post your builds. Have a chat. I'm usually active more hours of the day than any human should be. Okay, and then this needs to be water coming in from up top. We got the heavy oil, we got heavy oil coming down here. Water needs to come across. Except I can't build straight. Okay, water jumps. Oh, that's only slightly annoying. Okay, let's move this to over here. Water jumps down there. There we go. And then the heavy oil needs to come in. Why is this not going? Oh, we don't have the coal. Right, yes, because the coal needs to come through. We have one more belt available. So let's bring this in. Here we go, here we go. We're about to do huge production. Boom. Yeah, this should be the other way around. This should be pack inserter. Okay, there we go. There's heavy oil, which is coming into light oil. And then we need to copy this whole setup one last time. And swap the recipe over for light oil cracking. And the water needs to swap around. There we go, there's water. And then we need to flip these around horizontally, and there we go. We have petroleum. Now we can deliver the petroleum over to the plastic manufacturing. That is done through these central pipes here. There we go. And then we just need to power this up. Oh yeah. That's all connected. Plastic! We have plastic! Okay, that's cool. Let's move some of these let's bring some roboports around here. The whole Narvis port thing is not exactly the most optimized in terms of grid placements. We can probably make do with that. There we go. Okay, that's all networked up. Now we need to grab the next step, which is... hang on, do we have science packs? We have cryogenics sitting around here. We might as well get that started. And same with this thing. Same with this thing. Then we can switch this back over to productivity. So on Narvis, we have ourselves a bit of a setup here involving electromagnetic plants for the production of red circuits. So if we copy this whole thing and stick it on Vulcanus, probably just dump it there. Oh yeah. Ah, we're out of beacons again. Send me down beacons. And then there's one other thing we need to copy as well, and that is the blue circuit production. Which I copy from here. Stick it on Vulcanus. Oh, where are we going to fit this? We could just stick it up here. Yeah, I'm gonna plonk it down here. Get the building. We need some radar coverage. Oh my goodness, this inventory. I need to get power across to that radar. There we go, that gives us a little bit of coverage, hopefully. Except we're out of cliff explosive. Oh my goodness, I've got so much stuff in my inventory. Okay, that'll empty us a little bit. Need those cliff explosives. Where are they? Hiding in the spaghetti. Yeah, I'm out of productivity modules as well. We might need to send one of these ships back to grab us some of those. It drops down some of those speed modules as well. I'm going to send the ship back and it's going to request productivity modules in the green qualities. Let's do... Wait a minute. Didn't we already do this? Oh yeah, we already did this. I can just drop down productivity modules. That kind of helps. Oh wait, I'm already carrying... Oh my... We're reaching that point in the stream where I start forgetting everything I've done. There we go. Let's get all this built up. Oh, am I out of belts as well? Yeah, I'm out of belts. And it looks like I'm out of poles. Back we go. Sorry everyone for this awkward back and forth I keep doing. How do you all deal with inventory management and like not having enough stuff? I suppose you could just build a big Roboport network. That always works. Although then your drones have to fly around quite a long way. You can't do logistic requests on trains, unfortunately, but you could set up manual lines. Need some steel. We need belts. Belts, 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 belts. Where are my belts? Here we go. A couple of those. And then I need some tunnels. And some splitters. That'll do. Okay, so next we need to finish building all this up. I need to make some chests as well. I need to make request to chests so that I can distribute all of the rocket part items. Let's get some of these crafted. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is insert these productivity modules. And then I gotta figure out... Hang on, this one's not meant to be here. Gotta figure out where all these inputs need to go. So we have... This pipeline here is not doing anything. We can get rid of that. Got a little bit of a pipe going on here. So that's sulfuric acid. We need to get that plugged in. Although, hang on, this thing is also doing nothing. I think these are remnants from Narvis when we were trying to get all the fluid types going everywhere. Where's our sulfuric acid? Here. We need to bring this across. Okay, here we go. Boom, that's plugged in. So that's blue circuit's just about ready to go. We need to get our green circuits across to the red circuits along with the plastic. If we take a quick look at how it was set up on Novice. Plastic, green circuit. Okay, so the plastic and green circuits dual up on a belt. So that'll be here. So let's connect these up. Plastic, that's going to join up on one belt and then join up here. Actually, I should keep these separated. How am I out of belts? How am I out of undergrounds again? I just got 5 stacks of them. There's no way. There's no shot. I just used all 5 stacks of them. Just how much building are we doing? Get a little bit carried away here. All right, let's grab 10 stacks this time. Jeez. Alrighty, so this needs to pop under. This needs to pop under. And then they need to join up with the green circuits, which we need to now bring around. Around and under, I reckon. And then we can bring this up over the top. And then join it up here. Okay, and then we can split. These join up together. It's going to form one side. Then these join up together. And that's going to form the other side. Like that. There we go. Hopefully that'll saturate the whole system eventually. I think it does because these craft really, really slow. It's 6 seconds per. And then there's our whole modifier things. And these are stacks as well. The last thing we need now is crazy amounts of copper wires. And I don't think this here is actually going to cut it. But we can try. I'm missing the speed modules. Yeah, okay, we're not using them enough. What if we shift this upwards a little bit? Research productivity, nice. Oh, whoops. Rip inventory, 07's in chat. Yeah, that comes out nicely, and then we need one of these. Gotta fill in, bring this around. Run it in parallel. This is going to supply the copper wires to our red circuits. We don't have power down here. Hang on. There we go. That's sorted. Thankfully, we don't need copper wires for the processing units. That would suck. That would probably ask for a crazy amount. All right, copper wire goes in there. See what that does. This needs power. There we go. This has power now. Productivity modules go... Oh, hang on. What? Oh, right, they don't exist. Right. I got really confused there. I was like, hang on, why can't I place productivity module in here? Because it doesn't exist. Okay, and now we've run out of the good ones. Do we have any up on here? No, we don't. Do we have any on this ship? Oh, just another 20. I might have to start bringing in the regulars. And it looks like we're out of Promethium on this ship, so I need to start requesting... Oh, crap. I hate that you can't undo the request for eggs. Let's turn that off. Yeah, I hate that you can't undo the request changes that you make in the logistics request. That is quite annoying. That's caught me on quite a few occasions. Anyway, these are crafting, which is really, really nice. Yeah, we definitely need more copper cable. Yeah. Is there a reason that's slow other than no speed modules? Nah, just need speed modules. This is becoming an issue. I think we're running out of speed modules. They're not coming in fast enough. Oh, wow. And all of this coal here is dead as well. At least we can reclaim some of our speed modules that way. Yeah, we're just not making speed modules quick enough. That's unfortunate. It's coming in really slowly because we got these quality modules on here. In my sad attempt to try and get legendaries. Okay, maybe it's time we take this off and switch this back to speed. Try and get some of that speed back into it. Because if we're going to make legendaries, at the end of the day, we can probably just make legendaries with the raw ingredients. How many of those do we have? 26. Why is this not going? Are we really just that full? Yes, we absolutely are just that full. Okay. There we go, that should help. That's annoying. That's fine. It's just a laser gun, we can get those back. Beep. Welcome back, Eric. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the stream. These requester chests will be coming down pretty soon, which means we can finally finish getting our rocket setup going. Oh yeah, this is absolutely slow. Yeah, okay, this is not good. Can I speed these up with the green speed modules? Yes, I think that's working. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay, maybe a little too much better. Okay, maybe a bit too good. But at least that's working. Yes, we fully saturated. Okay, hang on. We might even be able to now grab from here and provide the second lane, the second belt. Bring this around. This is getting a little bit messy, but we make do. We survive. Italian technology. They were onto something, that's for sure. They definitely know what they were doing. Okay, we need to drop down some more of those EM plants. Do I have more quality EM plants on Fulgora? I should do. Where are they? Why did I get rid of my night vision? I can't see anything. Here we go. Yes, we have a lot of them. Okay, maybe we need to send Electric Boogaloo over to Fulgora to collect those. Yeah, let's do that. That should help us immensely. I feel like I need more exoskeletons. Actually, I used to have some more. They're probably sitting on Gleba. I need to go back and grab them. Just running around is getting a little tiresome when I have to do so much of it. Okay, here we go. So, I might swap these back to regular EM plants because Narvis proved that we didn't need anything too spectacular. But we do have productivity modules, so we can chuck those in after the autosave. Yeah, that's producing red circuits, which we have here. Nice. Then we need to deliver those along with some more of the greens over to make blue circuits. I'm hoping this infrastructure is going to sort us out. Bros don't let bros skip leg day. I'm hoping this is going to be good enough infrastructure to help out with the delivery mechanism of all of our orange science for good. Research productivity is still coming along. That's nice. That number is, yeah, that is coming along much better. If we have a quick check on our labs, at least the ones that are running, that purple bar is going pretty quickly, which is exactly what we want. Now, I want to quickly take a quick gander. Reds on top, greens on the bottom. Okay, greens on the bottom. Yep, rest in peace, our throughput. Belt saturation is a luxury. And then our reds. I don't really want to be crossing these. Don't cross the streams. And then this can join up over here. Okay, that's red, that's green. Sulfuric acid's in place. This probably needs to be... Yeah, these shouldn't even be... stack inserters. These should just be bulk inserters. I've now learned my lesson. Not everything needs to be a stack inserter. There we go. Processing units. Heck yeah. Alrighty, so the next thing we need to do is bring these blue circuits around. Now I need to first get these red circuits going. Okay, now we need to get the blue circuits going around. And... No, hang on, I need to... distractions. I need to downgrade these because not everything needs to be a stack inserter. Gotta drill that into my head. We need to take the blue circuits and bring them around and deliver them into a little chest so that the robots around here can start distributing that to the rockets. Yes. So, we have a legendary buffer chest. That's going to hold blue circuits. We can get another legendary chest for the rocket fuel and then the low density structures, which we still need to make. All of this work for like the past hour has just been to make blue circuits. It's been pretty insane. Okay, we can tunnel that under. Tunnel this under. Tunnel this under. That probably needs to... it's alright. We don't need to saturate it. Ah, yes, and then we also have this here, which can connect up. Then we can bring this around. And there we go. And then we can grab a little stack inserter. And that now sits in the balance. Now we just need to place all these requester chests. Actually, we don't even need that many requester chests, do we? Yeah, I'll leave them. We have logistic robots. We've got buffer chests. Request from buffer chests is something we need to turn on. Oh boy, okay. Oh no. Oh, I have to turn that on for every single chest. No. No, hang on, we don't have to do that. I have the red ones. There we go. Now these are going to come through really slowly because we don't have speed modules. Shall we have a quick peek and see how many speed modules we've created? Modules, modules, modules. It's coming along. Kind of. We're getting there. Definitely need to build a dedicated setup to making those things a lot quicker, but it's getting there. Oh wait, why did I just do that? That goes in there. Okay. let's ignore that. I thought, oh, there's a chest here. I'm just going to pick that up. Big mistake. Instant regret. Okay, and then we need... lots of speed modules. Oh boy. How many do we need? 300. Oh my goodness. what's going on here? Oh, again, we don't need everything to be stack inserted. And then this needs to be cleared because I goofed up the belt somehow. Munch, munch, munch. Eating the belts. Eating the items straight off the belts. Yeah, okay, we just need speed modules in here and then we're good. Which is quite a tall order. And we need speed modules in here. Do I have speed modules on board here? Yes, I do. We might have to do a quick emergency delivery. We have our electromagnetic plant, so let's send that back over. Alright, meantime, rocket fuel. Let's think about rocket fuel. Let's grab some tanks so that we can store up and evaluate how much light oil we have. Oh yeah, that's coming through real quick. Oh yeah. How much petroleum? Oh, we want to save the petroleum for the plastic, but we can definitely use the light oil and the heavy oil to make the rocket fuel. So, we quickly grab... Can we do this in a... No, okay, that has to be done in a chemical plant. We can't make solid fuel in a cryogenic plant. So, chemical plant can just probably spawn here somewhere. Spawn? What am I saying? Solid fuel. Some speed modules. Heavy oil. I don't think we're going to need much. Then again, we are trying to send 240,000 science packs per minute into space, so maybe we do need more than this, but we'll just get started here. Stack inserters. Then I need to bring that over to here. No, hang on, I need to turn that into rocket silence. Rocket silence. What words? My words are failing. No. Rocket fuel, which is not done in chemical plants. Okay, hang on. This is done in... Oh, we got legendary ones of these. Yes, we can do these in assembling machines. Using the fuels. Which I can't even find because I'm blind. Okay, light oil needs to come down onto this side. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick dirty little setup where we have a splitter here set to filter the rocket fuel out on one side. I might actually swap the sides on that. Then we run a quick pipe through here. We can then extract rocket fuel onto the right side of the belt, which then gets filtered out here, and that way we don't have to worry about more belts. Ah, smart little tricks here. There we go. And we probably can just chuck in some speed modules on these. Oh god. Now we just need to deliver that over to the main network. Main rocket silo launch pad spaceport thing. Alright, that's rocket fuel sorted. Heck yeah! Could probably even chuck down a couple beacons. But then we need more of this stuff, which means we need beacons on this side. Yep, there we go. Maybe we need productivity instead of speed. Yep, something like that. That'll come through very slowly though, but in the meantime we can work on low density structures now. These are the easiest, which is why I saved it for last. Low density structures are quite literally just 2 fluids and plastic, which means we could probably just do them up here. So we have them set up like this. We can do a little breakaway here for the rest of the copper pipe. There we go. And then we can do some iron that then just plugs in like this. And then probably do some pipe to grounds for the copper as well, so that we can squeeze a stack and no, not a stack inserter, a bulk inserter to plug the plastic in here. Yeah. And the plastic needs to come back around. Ooh, hang on, I need to do a split. And then a merge balancer. Plastic comes up here. It's plugged in, and then we need to get our iron across. There we go. Plug these in. That should be everything we need for low density structures. Then we can export them on stack inserters. That's going to deposit on the outside, so we can... Oh, hang on. We can be a little bit sneaky and just do a quick, dirty tunnel. Put on the other tunnel, hippity-hoppity words. Yeah, let's get that powered on. Which is a legendary substation. Throw some speed modules on, because we don't really care about productivity. It's just a bit of plastic. There we go, low density structures. Look at that. So pretty soon we should start hearing all these rockets going off. Yeah. Okay, this is exciting. Oh, there we go. Now they're ready to start shipping. Except we need another roboport. There we go. And that needs power. One of my favorite sights in this game is watching all the rockets take off. Yeah, that's a... When you get them all going off in unison and you hear the sound of them phasing. Oh, that is such a nice sound. Prepare to get your eardrums blown out. Oh yeah, okay, so that's going to slowly start filling them all up. The next thing we need to do now is deliver the orange science to the spaceport and then get them stored up in chests. Easiest way to do this is probably just with a couple of splitters. There we go, productivity is coming along. And then some stack inserters, some big chests. I think we can use the buffer chest for these. And there we are. Actually, I kind of want this on the other side. Boom. Metallurgic science is now coming through. Yeah. All right, let's watch the production rate now that that's going somewhere. 1 minute, no, 5 seconds. What are we doing? 3.5k. Just from this. Oh, the rockets are going. Rockets are going. Okay, we're low on molten copper. So this is the part of the stream where we start poking and prodding with the production rates until we get a nice little balance. Oh my god, I can't reach. I might have to install a mod that increases my building reach because this is getting confusing. I'm at the point of the game where, like, you know, I've got everything in the game. It's just a matter of pushing numbers now, so I'm not too concerned about balancing. I don't know, what does everyone else think? Do you like sticking with the challenge, or does it kind of just get annoying? It becomes a little bit redundant, I think. Is just my 2 cents about it. Oh, power. Power is a problem we need to sort out, right? Holy crap, that's a lot of turbines. Holy moly. Big stocks. I build everything in remote view at this point, so reach doesn't even matter. That's true. I need to set up rocket ports going across the whole thing. The only problem is sometimes I like to isolate logistics networks so that, you know, they don't start fighting, or they don't start trying to what's the word? Why are my words not working? So they don't try and move stuff across very long distances, and then that means I have to try and keep item supplies or machine supplied at every single place. But apart from that, yeah, it definitely would. That's how I've done Narvis. I build most of Narvis remotely now. With all that steam, you're gonna start terraforming. I'm gonna start a rainstorm at this point. Holy. That would actually be kind of an interesting mechanic. Can we restore vegetation to the other planets? Beachfront property coming soon. How much is it gonna sell for? Surely the housing prices on Vulcanus is not gonna be too high. Not like there's many people in the system looking for housing. Just us here. Or maybe people want to move in after they discover what we've been up to. Cleanse the vegetation of other planets, you mean? Is steam considered pollution? Would we call that pollution in a conventional sense? This isn't receiving steam. I think I know why. I need some pipes. Pipes, 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 pipes. There we go. Of course it had vegetation, like permanently burning trees. That is true, the trees, yes. I was trying to make an argument for these vent structures here, but yeah, the trees completely blow that out of the water. Definitely was vegetation at some point. Wait, how did the trees grow in the first place if the planet is so close? What caused the planet to be covered in lava? If the planet is so close, supposedly, to the sun, that we get 400% more solar power in the atmosphere, there is vegetation, but how did it grow in the first place? Did the Fulgurans push the planet? Are planets technically just really big space platforms? Ooh, now that's a question. Why is a feature not a bug? Maybe the planet is falling into the sun. I mean, astronomically, that would take a very long time. Actually, no, the other way around. Astronomically speaking, it's not a long time, but for us, it's, yeah, that'd be a very long time for it to move in. So it would have to be, it would have to have been a very, very long time since about the life of a tree. It would have to have been a very, very long time ago that the Fulgurans disappeared and all that kind of stuff. Maybe destabilized orbit, but all the lava hides the asteroid crater. Yeah, actually that kind of makes sense. I remember a post from a while ago where someone managed to put thrusters onto a planet and push it. Wait, actually? That's hilarious. Damn, I want to find that post. That sounds amazing. See, that would get you to the shattered planet. No, that would make a shattered planet. Okay, how's this going? We're still low on copper. Oh, that's right. We were trying to fix it over here. Oh, and I ran out of belts. That's right. It would be a wonderful geothermal power plant. Use space lasers to move power to other planets. Oh. Yeah. Wasn't there another game where you actually had to you had to ship power? I'm trying to remember. It was another factory logistics game. Was it Dyson Sphere Program? I've never played it, so I don't really know. I knew a guy at work who was obsessed with it once. Like it was the only thing he'd ever play for like 3 months straight. Which I guess is pretty typical. Just take the entirety of Vulcanus to the Shattered Planet. Easy. Exactly. You don't even need railguns. We got plenty of tiles on here. Let the demolishers eat. Ooh, let the demolishers eat the rocks. They can take the brunt because of their mass regeneration and physical resistance. Yeah, why don't we just capture a worm and put him on the front of the ship? Hold on a second. We might have just solved the Shattered Planet problem. I do want to see if someone can actually make a mod to try and get that to work. Catching. Yeah, they're like 99% physical resistance, right? Something like that. Especially the big ones. Hang on, let me have a quick look. That's trains. Oh my goodness. Where is it? Enemies, the big ones. 300,000 base health, so he'll take what? 600? He'll take 600 asteroids, Prometheum asteroids. But then yes, he has 50% physical. That's animal abuse, but we are the baddies, so exactly. I don't think Peter gets here. I don't think they have jurisdiction over this star system. But yeah, we have 50% physical resistance, so every time an asteroid would hit them, ridiculous that we're thinking of them. I don't think we get quality rocks. So every time 10,000 asteroid hits them, half that to 5,000, but then they have the crazy regeneration. Can we actually see the regeneration speed? Yeah, 24,000 per second. So it takes less than a second. Takes less than a second to heal back the damage. 100% impact. Oh yeah, would it count as impact or physical resistance? That's a good question. If it doesn't, just load more worms up on the ship, right? I want to make a mod to add hats to the demolishers. It's impact. Oh, so they are immune. So why don't we just use Prometheum science? This is so stupid. Why are we even talking about this? Why don't we use Prometheum science, research captivity 2, capture a demolisher, and put him on the front of the ship? My guess is so people couldn't use trains to murder them. Yeah, that would be a little bit easy. Actually, no, it wouldn't. You still couldn't use the train because for them to be on the tracks, just capture one like a Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. Like, if yeah, with the train, if you had for the demolisher to actually be in the path of the train, it would have already destroyed the train tracks. Yeah, insta remove the tracks. Yeah, exactly. Maybe some people didn't try ramming them with a tank. Well, I don't think ramming them with a tank would do 300,000 damage, so that's not going to work. The uranium Karen shells definitely worked. The railguns definitely worked, but yeah. Also, I have to ask, and welcome back to the stream, but I have to ask, how do I pronounce your username? It's LIJK. This is, sorry if this offends. Let me try, like. Oh, okay, is that how you do it? I'm just gonna embarrass myself and say something stupid like electronic. That's terrible. That's a terrible attempt. All right, so I'll just pronounce it like. I knew someone once who would he couldn't come up with usernames, so he would just type in usernames the exact same way that he typed in his encrypted passwords. Don't bother with the last bit. Those sounds don't exist in English anyway. Yeah, he would just do this whole, well, I mean, okay. The way I tend to do passwords is I take my hands, my two hands, I curl them into fists, and then I slam them at full force onto the keyboard and rub them in. And then I kind of swap around a few characters until I get some variation in there, because there tends to be a lot of L's and J's in there after that. Recognize you from Thor's stream. Oh, got some, building some communities here. There was a person I knew who just had a string of numbers. Everyone just called the person numbers. Yeah, and then we're expected in this day and age to have like 40 or 50 different accounts, and each of them is expected to have a separate password for security. Like, how do you manage all that? It's getting a little messy. And then you end up either having to simplify your passwords so you can actually remember them and not lock yourself out of whatever it is you need to sign into, or you have a password manager which accepts one password that then gives access to all 50 of them. So is that secure? Because then you see things like, oh, one of them's LastPass. That one got hacked a while back. I remember the place I worked at absolutely panicked when that happened. And then there's a couple of other ones that had some pretty big leaks too, which were not fun. I have a system. I just make a password based on a word that is cryptically related to the thing I'm making a password for. Yeah, I kind of do that sometimes as well. If it's something important, I'll take a word that's vaguely relevant and then put in numbers and symbols and stuff to the point where then I can't remember it. And then I'm back to square one again. Then I have a personal numerical code for every letter that exists. Yeah. They just change the letters to the equivalent number codes. Do you ever like interchange between numbers and letters that look like each other? You know, like 3s and E's? 5s and S's? And one trick that helps: intentionally misspelled words and passwords. But then, do you remember how you misspelled them? They removed our password managers at work. The federal government banned local governments from using them. Well, the government should make their own password manager that's extra secure, because the governments are really good at doing that. Security is their passion. I've had some crazy stories about governments implementing new systems. Oh, someone was going after me. Okay. I looked into this. This was really crazy. Get this, right? So, over in the other country, Australia, however they pronounce it, they have a website, a national website. I don't even know if it's government owned. I think it's independent. That does meteorology. They do weather. So people can check weather forecasts on this website. And then for some reason, they recently did a redesign that changed the heat map so that most of the rain that you would see didn't even pick up on the heat map sensitivity. And then everyone couldn't tell that there was rain coming, so everyone was leaving all their washing out during the day. And then that pissed a lot of people off. But then the crazy thing is, this website redesign apparently cost like $80 billion or something stupid to actually... Was it 80 billion or 80 million? I can't remember. Hang on, let me look. No, it was 96 million. It cost 96 million bucks for them to redo the weather forecast website. That's just insane to me. Like, how does it cost that much to just do a UX overhaul? Surely not. Like, I was talking to one of my friends the other day, and they were like, they work as a scene. They work in IT, and they're like, yeah, pay me $1 million. I'll have it done in a couple months. And they're like, it needs to be 15 plus characters. Oh, I hate that. The character limits are annoying. Capital and lowercase and symbols, and they're like, oops, we got hacked. We stored your info in plain text. Yes. Chinese literally hacked the US agency that do people's security clearances twice. Anybody can get hacked if they evidence it. Yeah, that's scary. That's a good system. We had 4 different systems, and each one had their own passwords and requirements. One had a really smart one that would not allow you to use the same password or part of an old Password need uppercase. Yep. Had to change the protocols to deal with it. Yeah, the requirements can sometimes get a little bit overbearing. I think at the end of the day, just running it through 128-bit encryption generator or 24. Is it 256 now? What are we up to? Another system with older, like 18-year-old mainframe system had to be 6 characters and no special characters. Oh, dude, banks. Banks are the worst when it comes to password security. Honestly. There's a... I'm not going to name names, but I know of a friend who their banking system wouldn't allow them to have more than 6 characters in their passwords. And I'm like, how do you secure your funds with a system like that? Like, what are they smoking over there? I'm gonna need more belts than that. I should probably also get rid of this legendary underground belt. Finally. Look at how many characters the web page of software has, and based on that number I have a rule for which of the characters has changed. Where possible, where possible, I have a rule where if certain websites don't allow for certain security measures, then it's kind of not worth using that website as well. I've seen a few of those. Although sometimes you can't be picky. Sometimes you do genuinely just have to bite the bullet and use some of these systems. I heard of one where someone set their bank passcode and an alt code smiley face and it crashed their system. the emoji strikes back. That's amazing. I heard of one where someone... Oh yeah. Alrighty. We should be just about good to go. I need a few more speed modules. That looks like a few to me. The old mainframe system issued public welfare to me. Ooh. System could not handle all food support cases. No. They just need to download more RAM, right? Did we just use all of those speed modules? Oh my goodness. Alright then. What are we producing? How many science packs? 3.3k. We still need more. Are we still struggling for copper? We're still struggling for copper. Okay. Oh. And we're struggling for copper because we're struggling to keep up with the amount of stone we're making. Gotcha. That needs power. Must dump the stone. Get it out, get it out, get it out. There we go, that's gonna create a lot of pollution. Holy, I can't see the belt. Where's the belt? But this is still causing an issue. We just can't quite... Yeah, that is a fully saturated belt. This is not emptying in any way. Okay, I'm gonna have to create a second belt. This is getting ridiculous. Where are we gonna do this? I think we just do one of those, right? And then this can probably escape up the top. And then we eject through here. Like that. Yep, that's starting to empty. Good. Lost track of all my personal passwords after dealing with that show at work. Change your password at different times. Oh, yeah. At one of the places I worked at, we had to change passwords every month, maybe every 3 months. That was annoying because then, yeah, we'd keep forgetting them. I don't think there's a point to have more and more complicated passwords used. People are still going to use the same one everywhere. Oh, that just reminded me. So, at one of the places I worked at, the boss, we had this public machine downstairs that we would have like demos of our games that we would work on for people to try. And we'd always have someone stationed there so they can operate the machine and make sure everything's running properly. And we had a password for it after, like, for the longest time we didn't have a password because someone was always posted there. But finally one day, I think a new tech officer came in and they were like, no, you need a password. And then the boss said, yeah, okay, we need a password. So we made a password. And then the boss never remembered the password and would always have to ask for us for the password, to the point where the boss got fed up and asked us to write the password down on a sticky note. But then he always forgot where the sticky note was, to the point where we ended up having the sticky note sitting under the keyboard with the password on it. And some people would actually notice when they tried to move the keyboard, they would notice that something didn't feel right underneath it, and they'd look and they go, oh, there's a sticky note here with what looks like a password. Actually, I think it even said password on it. You dedicated mind trick the boss, yeah. Jedi mind tricked, yeah. Oh, it's just ridiculous. There were so many silly antics like that happening at that workplace. If you've seen the show The Office, just take that, make it a game dev studio, and that was my job for 3 years. But I had some fun times, had some stressful times, but overall it was kind of a fun experience. Okay, how's this going? Are we filling up on resources? Oh, that's a nice amount. Oh yeah. That's like the nuclear launch codes. They were told it needs a passcode, so they set zeros. Oh, hang on. Automatic requests. We need to turn these back on. Okay, looks like they're just off for a couple of rockets. Okay, sweet. I think copper's coming in fine. We are slow over here because we don't have enough speed modules. But everything else I think is coming through at an acceptable pace. Wait, no, hang on. Copper's still... That's iron. Hang on. Copper... Always fun when the whole system is protected by the word password or admin. Still surprisingly common in the 2020s. I'm not surprised. It's probably going to be common way into 2030. I think that's definitely going to happen. People just can't remember this much. Like, even if you came down to the point where you had chips embedded into people, or at the moment people have, I think there's some systems where you can tap your phone and it'll connect like that. But then, you know, you just take the phone and run. But if you, I think some movies have actually covered this, but if you were to put a chip in yourself, that becomes the password or whatever, and you just swipe that or tap that on something. I feel like that's going to be worse, because if someone steals your phone, then okay, that's your phone gone. You can still, or you know, someone steals your credit card or whatever, you know, you can still get that cancelled. But if someone needs to get the chip out of your arm, you're just going to lose an arm, and that's not as easy to just cancel. You can't just say, oh, well, I'm bleeding out, let's cancel that. I'm going to phone up. That's been a thing, it's awful. Yeah. I don't think that's the solution. Yeah, okay, we just need molten copper. We need speed modules. How many speed modules do we have now? Not enough. Man, this is coming in slow. Can we get a beacon going here? Yep, looks like we can with a bit more speed. We squeeze one in here as well. I think this is where I used to have them, actually. Yeah, I think it is. I'll go a little quicker. It takes away all of your access to everything because you say something they don't like. Yeah, that's the, what's they call it? The social credit system or something. There goes your ability to travel to China, cuz, and GG. Okay, we don't have enough molten lava. Walmart safes have palm readers that actually read the placement of the tendons in the wrist. It's different for everyone. If your hand or arm gets chopped off, tendons get messed up and it won't work. I'm sure there's a way you can spoof that though, right? That still sounds spoofable. I need to pipe this. Oh, we can't pipe. Oh. Yeah, we can pipe this over here. Hang on a second. Wait, I just noticed something. Yeah, okay. I can further enforce our confusion about storing molten lava in iron pipes. Here we go. Alright, I did the math. Lava temperature, 1.5 thousand Celsius. Molten iron, 1.5 thousand Celsius. So if the melting point of iron is 1.5 thousand Celsius, and we're storing 1.5 thousand Celsius liquids in them, why don't they melt? Something not right here. Like passkeys, you just scan a QR code with your phone and it logs you in without a password. But if they take your phone, that's safe because the phone has to use biometrics to OK the login. Okay. That's a little safer. I'm sure you can still break into that, but that is another step safer. Saw something about a woman who switched everything to a chip under her skin and they locked her out of bank accounts in her own home. God, that sucks. That's what scares me about all this smart home stuff. It's cool, but at the same time, if it goes wrong, that's it, you're kind of locked out. You can't just bust out a key and key the or open the lock. Okay, do we have enough lava yet? Yep. Now the molten copper's coming through. Okay, we sorted that out. Nice. So we should now be able to copy this. And keep going. Probably about that far. Safer than using mail or SMS. SMS can be spoofed and they can easily intercept the code. Ah, but what about... You're forgetting the most secure system. Pigeon. What about the pigeons? So you can't interrogate a pigeon, so your secrets are safe with them. Wait a minute, no, hang on, wait. My idea's been taken, that's why government drones are pigeons. Okay. Never mind, I thought I was onto something. Turns out, I've been beaten to the punch. Birds aren't real. Yeah, we just need speed modules now. I'm going to head back over to base and grab some. Are you inspired by the legendary World War I pigeon? You're about a century behind the times. No, maybe I'm just a revolutionary and the answer is actually to go back. Return to monkey. Return to monkey. It's like that meme of the evolution chart where you see all those versions of people rising up and then the last one at the end is turned the other way and says, go back, we screwed up. Didn't you send a ship to collect some speed modules? You're right. And I completely forgot. It's got speed modules. Thanks for reminding me. I'll turn around and grab those again in a sec. Let's just plug these in. There we go. What are we making now? Oh, we're barely even biting into the belt. That's crazy. Oh, okay, can we completely saturate this belt? That's my goal for the end of today. I want to try and completely saturate this. Clouds are chemicals, the sun is just picture projection, and the sun's warmth a laser they used to make us content. According to North Korean propaganda, we ate all the birds in the US, sorry. All that KFC, they had to start resorting to all the kinds of birds you can find. All the orange juice. All the OJ. Okay, we're out of molten copper. That is annoying, because I thought we just solved the molten copper issue. Oh my goodness, how much of this stuff do I need to get rid of? This is getting ridiculous. The answer is probably yes, but... all of it needs to go. No, all of it needs to go, but just how much is there going to be to go? Yes. Hover on the machine and calculate how much. Yes, that is true. Oh my god, we're producing 47,000 per minute. Yeah, problem is... Oh. Oh. Starland or Aquila just ran out of ammo. Why have you run out of ammo? Oh, because you've run out of ammo. You shouldn't have run out of ammo. I've made sure you have enough ammo. A full foundry does much... How much per sec... Oh, true. True. Rate calculator. 3,000 per second. Would it be easier to turn the stone to landfill than dump to lava? How fast does landfill go again? Half a second for 50. Oh! Just hover on it, it will show per second in the info bit. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. 55.7. I like to tell myself I am very helpful. Half a green stacked belt is 120. Yeah, okay, so that is saturating. That's per second, and then 120 moves per second. Oh. Need 1/2 green belt per 3 foundries, and it'll cover it. That's why this here works out, because we've got 6 of them. Okay, and then this here is also 6 of them. So this here needs to split out on this side once again. And then we need to figure out how to get rid of it all quickly. Yeah, let's try the landfill trick. Let's try the landfill. Making landfill on Vulcanus is not something I thought I would be doing, but here we are. Oh yeah, that does get rid of them quicker.
No, God! No, God, please!
No, God, please, no.
No! No!
Alright, now we can get rid of this. It doesn't though, you can just dump in lava as fast as make landfill. Yes, however, it does mean that I don't need to occupy so many tiles around the which is why I like it. Because otherwise I'd need 6 or 7, yeah, I'd need 7 of these to empty all this. Or I can turn them into landfill and then just use up one port. I suppose I can just run longer belts though. All these fun things, yeah. All these amazing fun things to spam your channel points on. Like the coveted bonk and the coveted nut. Okay, lava is not coming in quick enough. We need more pumps. More offshore pumps. There we go. How's that sorting? Still need more. More! Oh, damn, I keep forgetting about the whole you can't do undergrounds across lava. More! More is all we need. Oh yeah, that shrinks it down. Yes. why we like it. Actually, it does mean I could get rid of this, but I'm lazy. It's already there. Okay, lava's good. Molten copper. Still a bit slow, but we've almost saturated one side of the belt. So once we do get to saturate it... Oh, that's so good, that's so good. And pumping the lava from the other end help with lava input. I'm not sure. I think in 2.0... Yeah, the pipes would melt. I think in 2.0 they made it so pipes basically work like power cables. And current, well, in this case the fluid, just instantly transmit. What lava barrels? Yeah! Give us the barrels! Okay, it looks like we just need a little bit more molten copper. Where were we doing molten copper? Oh, wait, that is this thing. Okay, that is very full. That is too full. Why are you too full? Okay, fine. I will bring you up here then. Nope, that hasn't worked. Ah, but we can do a merger. And that will saturate that, but then we can also do one of these. There we go. And get me started on storing steam in tanks. Yeah, do the whole, the pressure spiel. Fluid instant transports to everything connected to the same network now. Yeah, they did that to fix the lag because it was causing too much. It was too difficult to try and calculate the fluid dynamics every frame for such large networks, and that's actually why they introduced the whole pump requirement after 200 tiles. I think it's 200 tiles. Okay, there we go. I think to get a little bit more molten copper... Actually, no, we have molten copper. We have enough. What we don't have enough of is tungsten carbide. What the heck happened to our carbide? Actually, what happened to everything? Hang on. Okay, looks like we're just not making everything quick enough. We could merge this across. Yeah, let's merge. Yeah, but what about using pumps to move steam? $350 alcohol correctly, maybe 320. Okay. The performance updates they made were actually amazing. Dude, every Friday, I would open their post, look at what they read, and my jaw would hit the table. Like, real props to the developers. They absolutely know how to make a game. I'm looking at you, Epic. Fix your engine. Playing since the game came to Steam and been reading all that, yeah. It is crazy. Crazy efficient. Really impressive work. I think this needs to increase now. But I don't have enough legendary beacons, and that, I think, is unfortunate because I don't think I have any more. Never mind, we have plenty. Okay, while that's happening, I'm also going to take what one of you said into consideration and drop down those speed modules. You are short one build on the output of your landfill. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I completely missed it. Yeah, so we updated robots. They now work better and are smarter, but are also using 85% less compute. Yeah, that's insane. Engine flips table, wanders off for a drink. I just don't know how we got to this point where we're relying so much on DLSS to be able to actually get a frame rate that rivals television. What? How did we get to this point? When I first saw DLSS, I thought it was... This is the developer me speaking now. When I first saw DLSS, my jaw hit the floor because I was like, wow, that is amazing. That technology is genuinely amazing. And then within about 20 seconds, my brain flipped around and I went, oh, shit. I went, oh, far out. This is a problem. And I immediately saw developers are just going to abuse the shit out of this. And it's just going to be a lag fest. No one's going to optimize their games anymore. This is at a time where I was the principal optimization engineer at the studio I worked on, and I was just cringing thinking of all the mess that we were going to have to deal with. And yeah, I was right. I was absolutely right. I'm glad to say that I called it. Because, yeah, that did not go well. Here we are now today. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some applications for DLSS that I think are absolutely worth having. Things like what they did with the ray reconstruction in Cyberpunk that I've been playing with. That's genuinely impressive technology. I like what they've done there. But then just the regular upscaling and the fake frames, like, we didn't need this. We really didn't. There are so many more ways that you can do graphics with rastering that you don't need all these gimmicks. Okay, what's going on here? Something's up with this whole thing. I think we need a balancer. I don't unfortunately have a 5-lane balancer, but I do have a 6-lane, so we might install the 6th. Oh god, I'm full. No, God, please, no. Fake frames, yeah. I mean, okay, at the end of the day, they're frames, so they're real, but yeah. Budget blow. Yeah, well, okay, most of the budget is just going into meetings and committees, right? That's where a lot of the issues, a lot of the friction comes into play. Meetings are the bane of creativity. I hate to say it, but I took a $3,500 PC to play City Skylines at 4K. City Skylines 2, right. I upgraded from a 3070, an RTX 3070, to a 4080 Super just so I could play Cyberpunk so I could play the 2.0 update of Cyberpunk with Phantom Liberty with the full ray reconstruction and graphics and all of that when that came out. I'd say it was a good investment because I really enjoy the game, but yeah, that was a big jump. It has helped with other games though, so I'm not too fussed with that. Oh, hang on a minute. I've goofed something here. I knocked out my power supply. Now I'm full of tungsten again. Now I'm regretting. There's a reason that the share of the pie that goes to Indian double-A dev studios is growing every year. Yes. And we must be grateful for those who are persevering despite the challenges of trying to compete with the big giants. especially when it comes to marketing. Marketing games is really, really painful. It's expensive, it takes a lot of time and resources, and at the end of the day, most people end up not knowing what it is they need to be doing. Marketing on the internet in general is just difficult. Just the graphics card was 3,500. Ouch! Which graphics card did you get? Why fix our game that costs a lot of money? Just get better hardware. Why fix our game? Just buy it. That's what they say. That's what they really want. Just buy the game. Just consume. Just take slot. Oh wait, hang on. We got rid of our 6-laner, didn't we? There we go. 6-lane is back, and my inventory is not back. Don't market your game, just get sued by Nintendo. So glad I got a new PC last November, right before the price increases. Even back then, it was an insane deal. Okay, I've been wanting to get my hands on some more solid state storage, and the prices for those things have almost tripled since I last got my setup. I'm really upset about that because I need to get a 4 terabyte NVMe, and those things cost like no, hang on. Those things cost like $450 now, which is absolutely insane. RTX 5090 with 31. Oh, ooh, that's a big one. Man's got the full chonker. Man's got the space heater. Has liquid cooling. Well, I mean, given your current climate, I don't think you need the liquid cooling. Ooh, Lavaland, yes. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We're pushing Vulcanus as far as we possibly can. At least with the limited amount of sleep I'm running on. We're out of carbide. Why are we still out of carbide? We're out of sulfuric acid. Oh, wait a minute. These need to flip. This whole time... Wait, chat. This whole time you didn't tell me that these weren't flipped around. Okay, there we go. Got it before it went up to 5,000. Oh my goodness. I wish the worms respawned. I don't... Why would you say that? Get him out of here. Bought it for 780 euros and now the same machine sells for... Oh my goodness. What was that? Crucial. They stopped making... I used to get all of my SSDs with Crucial because I found they just had the best reliability, but they've suddenly stopped making SSDs, which I'm really sad about because then that leaves us with Kingston and Samsung as the remaining contenders that I'm happy to spend money on, but they're just expensive now. My wife wanted a new computer for Kingdom Come 2 and she found that one. Just did it got to. Damn. Good steal. Good timing on that. I've just realized I can actually speed this up if I move the beacon to here. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there so I remind myself later when I inevitably come past it, my OCD kicks in and says, why is that not the same as everything else? Here we go, we're taking advantage, we're weaponizing OCD for the sake of growing the factory. Okay, are we good on our... Oh, carbide's still not coming in yet. Oh, no, it is. Hang on. Carbide is coming through. Oh, we're just using more of it. Right, and then by the time we get down to this end... Okay, I need to identify which one of these is not operating at full speed. Okay, looks like this guy down here. So if we chop that off, that is the limit. of our throughput. Oh my goodness. Regret. Regret, regret, regret. My inventory. No, these are full. I need a bigger inventory. Send help. Everything is backwards, not the belts. Alright. I don't think I'll ever get a machine like this. I play one or two heavy games on it and then go back to playing Factorio. I'm in this weird spot where all the games I play, other than, oh, not all of them, obviously there's Factorio, but most of the games I play are so heavy you need NASA's computer to be able to run them. This is going to sound really stupid. I'll send a screenshot of proof onto the Discord server if everyone wants to see, but I play modded Minecraft, I play modded Skyrim, and I play modded Cyberpunk, and I have more mods on all of them than any of you will probably ever browse. And that might be an unhealthy addiction. I'm currently clocked in just shy, I think I'm 50 mods shy of 8,000 mods on Skyrim. The game chugs 28 gigabytes of RAM while it's running. My Cyberpunk is approaching 4,000 mods. And my Minecraft, I'm still pushing towards 600 mods on that thing, and it consumes like 14 gigs of memory. Minecraft doesn't run that well, and mods are so crazy for those two other games. Yeah. I had a friend who had another friend who does modding, and they sent my achievement of getting 8,000 mods. They sent that over to their friend who does a lot of modding, and they just went, Jesus Christ. I don't think you understand how much of an achievement that is. I've been building this mod list up for how many years now? 3 or 4 years? You know, the average USB-C cord has more compute power than the Apollo 11 computer. Damn, I did not know. That's crazy. I personally like using AI locally. It's why I got the 31 gig RAM on the graphics card. Yeah, I played around with some AI stuff just for like as an experiment. I haven't got the hang of it. What I really want to do though is figure out how to get upscaling working with Stable Diffusion, because there are quite a lot of things that sometimes I'd like to upscale, especially when like making textures and things. It's sometimes easier to just upscale than it is to try and find a better source or trying to render out a better source. But I haven't really played with it much otherwise. One thing breaks and then it's a hunt to find what's causing the crash. Yeah, depending on the game. Crash logs are very, very, very helpful when it comes to finding out what's causing your game to die. And I have become a little bit of an expert in learning how to read crash logs for Skyrim. To the point where, yeah, I'm at the point where now I'm kind of just going through and patching things, because I know how to patch the mods myself. That's a very good skill to have. I wish I could do the same with Minecraft. I don't know Java though, so that's that's unfortunately where my modding adventures end for that game. I just have to report the bugs on GitHub and hope that they feel like fixing it. Some mod developers don't, which can be a real shame sometimes. Okay, orange juice comes down here and around into there. Now we need speed modules. I was using a thing called MindFlayer, which allowed LLMs to control a Minecraft client. Ooh. Who needs friends when you have RTX 5090. OJ! Okay, I need to grab some more speed modules. Hopefully we've got a bit of a bounty up here now. Oh, that's a nice little collection. Ah, power's running low. That's probably going to help if we fix that up. Grab some turbines. And we're out of foundations. What's our production rate? Ooh, 6.6 thousand per minute. Have we peaked any higher than that? 7,000. Okay, we're still climbing. Okay, hold up. Where is the heat coming from to boil that water into steam? The sulfuric acid. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. And why is it not the lava you're sitting on? True. Well, that should increase the pressure and give us more power, right? Yeah, there's some foundations. We should be able to improve this now. Actually, I should just be able to copy and paste. Why am I doing this the hard, long way? On brand. Had an issue with it being unable to swim. I had to tell it 4 times in chat in different ways to stay out of the water because it would go in the water and drown. There was a big, biggish Minecraft stream that happened a little while ago, wasn't there? With who was it? The VTubers. There was Vidal. Yeah, it was Vidal and his AI, Neurosama. And I think it was Fillion and Krelly as well. They did a big Minecraft stream subathon thing where they had to try and beat hardcore Minecraft with their little AI. Neurosama. She kept drowning and fighting off mobs no matter how much they told her to stop. That was honestly amazing. Tuned in quite a few times to that. That was pretty funny. And then Crowley and Neuro ended up forming a bond. Oh, that was wholesome. Oh, I'm out of foundations already. Jumping into lava, yes. That's right. One time in the Nether, they Neuro looks up at them and then walks backwards into it. It's like, watch me. Yeah, that was hilarious. Oh, and what was that scuffed during nighttime? You saw that the mold is spreading. Oh, yeah. I think in the last stream I made a very slight reference to the mold with the spoilage here. I said, why do we have the mold is spreading? Wait, that's another streamer. The mold definitely is spreading, that's for sure. Yeah, maybe they should play Factorio and get stuck on Gleba. Oh, wait, no. No, she'd... the RPs would get a little out of hand. Okay, these are not running. Why are these not running? You have steam. You have power connection. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, chat, am I missing something? These are connected. Why are they not steaming? You're producing power. Wait. Hang on. Don't tell me. Hang on, wait. Hold the phone. Wait, hold on, hang on. Wait, no, wait, hang on. Hold it. Don't tell me I have to... Hang on, where is it? Don't you tell me I need to use a pump. No. It's the bugs. They came to Vulcanus to sabotage your terraforming operation. How is it that I've... What? That's not how Steam works. How... What? Why is this Steam not working? Chat, I've done something wrong, right? Does anyone have any ideas? It says working, but there's no steam or power coming out. How's the steam not working? Oh. Yeah, it's that time of the stream. These weren't connected to the network. Oh my goodness. Alright, that's fixed. There we go. I'm leaving the pump there just to annoy you. Hey, I was right for once. Woo! Again. Okay, so back here... I mean, okay, that's technically a fully saturated thingo. We grab the buffer chests. Actually... Yeah, that is a fully saturated. We can't really tell what the production rate of this is going to be. That's 7,000 per minute. That's not as impressive as I thought it would be. I suppose that fully saturates a belt, so there you go. Ladies and gents, we have increased production of orange juice on our planet. So a grand total of something that I can't measure because we're not consuming it fast enough. All right, we gotta just hope, I suppose. Can I rate calculate the whole map? 11.6 thousand metallogic science per minute is what we're apparently building. I mean, that's better than what we had before, which was 3,500 or 4,000. So, huzzah! Huzzah! And ultimately, our Novice operation is not doing too hot because we're not delivering the orange science. What's going on here? Yeah, okay, we're not delivering the orange science quick enough. We probably need to turn these into request a chest, rely on a crazy amount of robots. Smart person problems. We're only making 6,000 orange science per minute. It's not enough. We need 100,000. Yeah, I think the only way we can increase throughput from here now is going to be with a crazy amount of logistics robots. Oh, but the production is done. The next thing to do is the delivery. So we're going to have to probably build a few more ships to deliver more of these across, but that's easy to do. But with that, Vulcanus has successfully been upgraded. Actually, hang on, we're missing speed modules in here. If we chuck some of these in... Oh wait, these aren't even legendaries. Wait a second. Wait, this might even change the numbers a bit more. Hold on, chat. Hold on, we're not done yet. You know what? Let's do an upgrade planner. Beacons. Need to upgrade to legendary beacons. Now, can we run that? Yep. And now we're out. Okay, we're gonna need more than that. I can hear it now. Oh, we're only making 200,000 orange signs a second. I'm hoping we don't have to get to that point. I'm hoping we only need to produce... Oh, then again, if we... I don't know if we should be crazy enough to go for 1 million actual science production per minute. It would be fun to do, and then I can say, hey, I did this solo, but then again, apparently another group of people required a big Clusterio server to be able to do it or something. So there might be a limit that I might hit, a hard limit, a hard cap. These words, the things you're saying scare me. These are funny words, Magic Man. Okay, what's the rate calculator on that say now? 14,500 just from this alone, plus the 4,000 over there. We're almost at 20,000. We're apparently consuming 1.2, 1.3 gigawatts from here. Possibly. But apart from that, we can't really see if that works because we're not actually able to consume it quick enough. And we can't consume it quick enough because we don't have all the other sciences to be able to consume at that rate. Which is going to leave us with the end of our journey on Vulcanus for a little while, I think. As we now wait for us to get to the other planets. Gleba definitely needs help. Because this is still only producing 1,000 per minute. So we need to multiply that 14 more times. We need to grab everything you see here and multiply it 14 more times. Need more roboports for logistics to recharge. Yes, I want to try and get some legendary roboports actually. But you're absolutely right. This is becoming a little bit of a problem. I might off camera come back with some legendary roboports and span them about a little bit. See if that helps. We need to go back to Gleba at some point and fix that up. And then we need to go to Fulgora. And I think we just need to build a whole new area over here probably with foundations to increase production purely of electromagnetic science pack. We can forego this whole casino thing that we had going on here. We can leave this area here just for the legendary holmium and holmium products, but I think we can head over here and do a proper science facility. I like when playing explosion off in the distance, but I guess a power plant with a 2 gigawatt output could not handle 30 gigawatts. And then after Fulgora would be Aquilo. We need to somehow figure that out. And then, saving the best for last, we fix Gleba up. And then Novice is just an easy journey of finding somewhere new to build an even bigger version of this research lab. And then using up all this free real estate, building up all the science packs and delivering that, and hopefully then we'll get our 1 million science per minute. That is the plan. That will be partially done in the next week's worth of streams. But with that, it is time for me to go. It is late. Thank you all so much for watching. We might actually see if we can raid someone this time. Let me have a look and see who's live. Let me have a brief browse. Have a good night. Stay warm. Yes, you too. Ooh, a raid. Yes, let's see. Who should we raid? Preferably someone who speaks English. Be a little awkward. Just someone good. I have no idea who anybody in here is today. Sure, why not? Yeah, okay, let's do this one. Okay, how do we set this up? I've changed my setup a little bit, so it's a little confusing. Raid channel, who are we looking for? This guy. Alright, we all ready? Let's go! This username. Alright, let's go. Raid!